Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. Passport stamps. The city had no name worth keeping. It sat at the crossroads of two rail lines, a place where travellers stopped not to see anything but to change trains, and the locals had long since stopped noticing the foreigners, the way a river stops noticing the stones in its bed. There were cafes that stayed open until no one was left to serve, and hotels with sheets that smelled of lavender and other people's departures, and a clock tower that chimed at odd intervals, as though it too had lost track of where it was going. Carla Garcia arrived on a Tuesday in October with 2 bags and a fellowship she'd spent 11 years earning. The fellowship was in computational linguistics. It was prestigious. It was by every measure she'd been taught to apply the correct next step. She had written the acceptance letter in 3 drafts, each one more confident than the last, and she had not told anyone that the 3rd draft had taken her 4 hours because she kept deleting the word fine. She found a room above a pharmacy on a street where the shutters were painted the particular shade of green that only exists in places that have given up trying to be picturesque. The room had a narrow bed, a radiator that clanked like something alive, and a window that looked out onto a courtyard where someone grew tomatoes too late in the season, the plants still reaching upward with a stubbornness that bordered on the absurd. She unpacked methodically, clothes in the wardrobe, books on the nightstand, a photograph of her mother face down, not out of cruelty, out of a tenderness so acute it had become indistinguishable from avoidance. On Wednesday she found the cafe. It was called, simply, Le Passage, and it occupied the ground floor of a building that seemed to have been designed by someone who had never seen a right angle. The chairs were mismatched. The espresso was too strong. A chalkboard menu had been erased and rewritten so many times that the surface had turned a permanent ghostly grey, and the handwriting of the current offerings was layered over the ghost impressions of 100 previous meals, so that if you looked closely you could read, faintly beneath the soup of the day, the remains of desserts no one remembered ordering. She sat by the window with a coffee she did not want and a notebook she did not open, and she watched the street. A man across the way was trying to load a mattress into a van that was clearly too small. He was laughing at himself. 2 women walked past arm in arm, arguing about something that made them both gesture wildly with their free hands. A child stopped to examine a puddle with the gravity of a scholar examining a primary source. Carla watched all of this and felt, for the first time in months, something other than the low-grade static that had been humming behind her ribs since she had agreed to leave. The man was already there when she came back Thursday. He sat at the bar with a book, open in front of him, though he was not reading it. He was watching the barista make coffee with the kind of attention that suggested he was either deeply interested in the process or deeply bored with everything else. He was handsome in an unfinished way. Strong jaw, dark hair that fell across his forehead like an afterthought. The kind of bone structure that would look better at 40 than it did now. But what struck her was not his features. It was the stillness that surrounded him, a quality like the air in a church after everyone has left, or the pause between exhale and inhale. He inhabited space the way most people merely occupied it, and the effect was magnetic in a way that had nothing to do with attraction, and everything to do with relief, as though his mere presence suggested that the world might after all consent to slow down. When Carla sat down at her usual table by the window, he glanced over. Not a long look, not an appraising one, simply the acknowledgement that someone had entered a room, the way a tree might register a change in light. She ordered her coffee. He returned to not reading his book. This happened again on Friday. And Saturday. By Sunday it had become a kind of choreography, unspoken and precise. She arrived. He was there. They occupied the same space without occupying each other's attention, and something about this arrangement felt, against all logic, like the most intimate thing that had happened to her in years. His name was Marcus. She learned this not because they introduced themselves, but because the barista called it out when his coffee was ready, and he looked up with the slightly startled expression of a man who's been thinking about something far away. On Monday, when she arrived at the cafe, he was already standing gathering his things to leave. Their paths intersected at the door. He held it open for her, an ordinary gesture, except that he met her eyes while doing it, and in that brief exchange of glances something passed between them that was not quite a greeting and not quite an acknowledgement, but something else. Permission, perhaps, or recognition. "Thank you," she said. He nodded, stepped aside, and was gone. On Tuesday he was there again, and this time when she sat down he glanced over and said very simply, "You're here often." It was not a question, it was not an invitation, it was simply an observation, delivered in a voice that suggested he had been thinking about whether to say it for some time. "So are you," Carla replied. A pause, then, "I'm Marcus." "Carla." They did not shake hands. They did not move closer. They stayed where they were, on opposite sides of the cafe, and talked across the distance like two people calling to each other across a river, the words arriving slightly altered by the crossing, stripped of their sharper edges, made softer by travel. He was a tutor. Languages mostly, though he said this the way someone might say they collected stamps, as an activity that filled the hours between one place and the next. He had been in this city for 3 weeks. Before that, somewhere in the south. Before that, somewhere else. The geography of his life was a series of departures, each one clean, each one complete. "Don't you want to stay somewhere?" Carla asked. He considered this with genuine interest, as though she had posed a real question rather than the rhetorical one most people meant by it. "I used to think staying was the point," he said. "Now I think it might be the thing people do when they're afraid of what they'll find if they keep looking." Carla thought about this for longer than she intended. Outside, the October light was failing in the way it does in places between latitudes, not dramatically, not with the long, golden slant of the south, but with a quiet, almost apologetic dimming, as though the day were trying not to disturb anyone on its way out. "Or," she said, "it's what you do when you've finally found it." He looked at her then, really looked, with an attention that was neither flirtatious nor clinical, but simply curious, and she felt something shift in her chest, some small door she had not known was closed, clicking open by a fraction of an inch. It was Carla who suggested the marriage. She would not have been able to explain afterward exactly how the conversation arrived there. They had been talking for 2 hours, the longest conversation she had had with anyone since arriving, possibly since leaving, and the talk had moved, as good talk does, from the surface to the depths without either of them noticing the descent. They'd spoken about language and its failures, about the particular loneliness of being very good at something no one else finds interesting, about the way cities feel different when you know you are leaving them versus when you know you are staying. "The trick," Marcus had said, leaning back in his chair with his hands wrapped around a coffee gone, cold, "is that no one tells you the rules have changed. You spend your whole life optimizing for one set of conditions, and then one day you realize the conditions have shifted and all your careful calculations are meaningless. So what do? You make a new calculation, a bad one probably, one that doesn't make any sense by the old rules." Carla looked at him across the table. The cafe was nearly empty now. The light outside had gone entirely. Somewhere, a church bell was ringing, though there was no church visible on any street she had walked. "Marry me," she said. She said it lightly, as a joke, as the kind of thing you say when the conversation has reached the point where the only honest move is an absurd one. Marcus did not laugh. He did not look shocked. He tilted his head slightly, the way a person does when they are genuinely considering an offer they had not expected to receive. "Why?" he asked. And Carla, who had spent 11 years preparing careful arguments for, Careful audiences found that the only answer available to her was the true one. "Because neither of us knows what we're doing," she said, "and I'm tired of doing it alone." A long silence, not an uncomfortable one. The kind of silence that has weight and texture. That means something is being decided. "Okay," Marcus said. They did not, in fact, get married. What they did was stranger and, in its way, more honest. They agreed to act as though they were married, to travel together, to share rooms, to introduce each other as spouses, for as long as the experiment felt worth running. There were no terms, no end date, no discussion of what would happen if one of them wanted to stop. "If it stops working," Carla said, on the morning they left the city with the chiming clock tower, "we just stop." "Agreed," said Marcus, and lifted her bag into the overhead compartment of the train, with an ease that suggested he had been lifting other people's bags for a long time. They went south. First, because the weather was turning and because neither of them had anywhere they needed to be. The towns they passed through were small and indifferent to tourists, places where the shopkeepers knew every face and regarded strangers with a politeness that was also, unmistakably, a kind of distance. Carla and Marcus moved through these towns like water through stone, leaving no mark, disturbing nothing. They shared a room in each place they stopped. A narrow room, usually with one bed or two beds pushed close together, and a window that looked out onto something, a garden, a courtyard, a neighbour's washing line, that made the space feel less like a hotel and more like a life temporarily borrowed. The first night, in a village where the inn smelled of wood smoke and old wine, they lay in the dark on opposite sides of the mattress, with a space between them that was precise and deliberate, like a margin on a page. "This is strange," Carla said to the ceiling. "Yes," said Marcus. "Good strange or bad strange?" A pause. She could hear him breathing, steady, unhurried, the breathing of someone who had learned, or always known, how to be at ease in unfamiliar places. "I don't know yet," he said. "Ask me tomorrow." Tomorrow she did not ask. She did not need to. Something had shifted in the night, not between them, exactly, but in her. She woke feeling more rested than she had in months, and the feeling was so unfamiliar that she lay still for several minutes, trying to identify it before she realised what it was. She'd slept without dreaming about work. They fell into routines with a naturalness that surprised her. In the mornings, he made coffee while she opened the curtains. They ate breakfast together at whatever table was available, reading or talking or sitting in a silence that required no performance. In the afternoons they walked, not to see things, but simply to move, to let the landscape pass through them like music through a room. In the evenings they cooked if there was a kitchen, or ate simply if there was not, and talked until the talking tapered off into tiredness, and they went to bed. It was during these evenings that Carla began to notice the architecture of his evasions. He talked freely about almost everything, about the places he had been, the languages he spoke, the books he had read and discarded and loved. But when the conversation turned toward the interior, toward what he wanted, what he feared, what kept him moving from place to place like a man outrunning something he could not name, he deflected with a skill so practiced it was almost invisible. A change of subject, a joke, a sudden interest in the view outside the window. She recognised the technique because she used it herself. One evening, in a town where the river ran green and fast and the inn had a garden with a table under a walnut tree, she said, "You know, you don't have to do that." He looked up from his wine. "Do what?" "Leave when it gets close." He held her gaze for a long moment. His face in the last light was unguarded in a way she had not seen before. Not vulnerable exactly, but open, the way a door is open when no one has thought to close it. "I don't know how not to," he said. And then quieter, "I haven't needed to." She did not press. She understood, in the way one understands things that have nothing to do with language, that this was as close as he had come to saying something true about himself. and that to push further would be to break something that had not yet finished forming. The desire, when it came, did not arrive like weather. It arrived like a season, gradually, then all at once, so that when Carla finally acknowledged it, she could not have said when it had begun. It was there in the way she noticed his hands, long-fingered, ink-stained at the knuckles from the notebooks he filled with observations she was not meant to read. It was there in the way she registered, the sound of him moving in the room at night, the particular quality of his footsteps, unhurried and certain. It was there in the mornings, when she woke to find him already up, already dressed, already standing at the window with a coffee, and the sight of him, ordinary, domestic there, produced in her a warmth that had nothing to do with the radiator. She did not act on it, neither did he, but the space between them on the bed narrowed, by imperceptible degrees, over the course of weeks, and the silences between them changed character, became charged, became weighted with something neither of them named, became the kind of silence that is not an absence of words, but a surplus of them, held back. One night, in a room where the rain was so loud it sounded like applause, Marcus reached across the space between them and took her hand. Not with urgency, not with intention, simply held it, the way you might hold something you had picked up and not yet decided what to do with. Carla did not move. She did not pull away. She lay in the dark with his hand around hers and listened to the rain, and felt beneath the warmth of his palm the slow and steady pulse of something that was not yet desire and not yet love, but was becoming both. The fellowship sent its first email on a Monday. It was polite. It was even gentle, in the way institutional communications are gentle when they are about to apply pressure. The project timeline had been moved up. There were expectations about when she would begin active research. A conference in March, a paper due in February. The language was careful, but the message was clear. The world she had left was waiting, and it was not prepared to wait much longer. Carla read the email 3 times, then closed her laptop and sat very still for a long time, listening to the sound of Marcus chopping vegetables in the kitchen of the cottage they had rented for the week. The sound was rhythmic and domestic, and in that moment almost unbearable. Marcus had, the same week, been offered a position, a real one, with a fixed address and a salary, and all the markers of a life that was going somewhere. It was in a city far from where they were. He told her about it casually, over dinner, in the tone of someone reporting the weather. "Are you going to take it?" she asked. "I haven't decided. It's a good opportunity." "It is." They didn't look at each other. The silence between them, which had been for weeks a warm and inhabited thing, turned cold, not hostile, worse than hostile, uncertain. The fights when they came were not loud. They were quiet and precise, like surgery performed without anesthesia. They fought about the dishes and about the route they would take tomorrow, and about whether the window should be open or closed. And beneath every argument was the same unspoken question, pressing against the surface like a hand against glass. Is this real, or is it only possible because it ends? You drift. Through people, Carla said one evening, and the words came out sharper than she intended. You drift through places. You have this whole philosophy about motion and impermanence, but has it occurred to you that it might just be cowardice? Marcus went very still. When he spoke, his voice was flat in a way she had not heard before, emptied of its usual warmth, as though he had withdrawn something essential from it. "Has it occurred to you," he said, "that your plan might be the cowardice, that you built this whole careful structure, the fellowship, the career, the path, so that you would never have to stand still long enough to find out what you actually want?" The words landed. She felt them land, felt the small, sharp intake of breath that meant something true had been spoken aloud. She did not answer. She went to bed early, and he stayed up, and in the morning they were polite to each other in the way that two people are polite when politeness is all that remains. The Withdrawal was not dramatic. There was no scene, no slammed door, no declaration. They simply stopped reaching for each other. The space on the bed widened again, degree by degree, as though pulled apart by some invisible tide. They still shared meals. They still walked together in the afternoons. But the walks felt different now, purposeful rather than drifting, as though they were both trying to get somewhere rather than simply being somewhere. Carla lay awake at night and listened to Marcus breathing on the other side of the bed and felt the distance between them. Not physical, but something else, something harder to measure. And the feeling was not grief exactly. It was worse. It was the particular ache of wanting something you can see and refusing to reach for it, because reaching would mean admitting that it matters, and admitting that it matters would mean that losing it could hurt you. She'd spent 11 years making sure nothing could hurt her. The fellowship was proof. The plan was proof. The careful, optimized architecture of her life was a structure designed to withstand exactly this kind of pressure. The pressure of wanting, of needing, of being afraid. And now here she was, in a rented cottage in a town whose name she would forget, lying next to a man she had known for 6 weeks, and the whole structure was shaking. It happened on a Thursday in the kitchen, at 2 p.m, when the light came through the window at an angle that made everything in the room look slightly unreal. Carla was packing. Her fellowship bag was open on the table, the one she'd brought from home, the one that had travelled with her through 11 years of conferences and deadlines and carefully managed ambition. She was folding clothes into it with the methodical precision of someone dismantling a life she had temporarily inhabited. Marcus was sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee he was not drinking, watching her. "You're leaving," he said. It was not a question. "I have to." "No," he said. "You don't. You want to. There's a difference." She stopped folding. Her hands went still on the fabric, a shirt she had bought in one of the small towns they had passed through, something soft and dark that she had chosen because it felt good against her skin, because for once she had chosen something not for its utility, but for the way it made her feel alive. "And what do you want?" she asked. The question was not rhetorical. It was the first time she had asked it without deflection, without the protective layer of irony or implication. She asked it plainly, the way you ask a question when you're tired of not knowing the answer. Marcus set down his coffee. He looked at her across the kitchen, across the open bag and the folded clothes and the space that had grown between them over the past 2 weeks, like a wall built brick by brick in the dark. "I want to stop running," he said. "I have wanted to stop running for a long time. I just didn't know where to stop. And now?" He didn't answer with words. He stood up from the table and crossed the kitchen, 3 steps, 4, and stopped in front of her, close enough that she could feel the warmth of him, the particular heat that a living body generates, which is one of the most ancient and unremarkable things in the world, and also, in that moment, the only thing that mattered. "I have been terrified," he said, "of being chosen, of someone looking at me, really looking, not at the surface, not at the useful version, and deciding to stay. Because then I would have to stay too, and I don't know who I am when I'm not moving." Carla looked at him. His face was open in a way she'd seen only once before, that evening under the walnut tree when he had said, "I haven't needed to." But this was further. This was the place beyond the door, the room he had kept locked, and he was standing in it now without flinching. "I don't know who I am when I'm not performing," she said, "when I'm not being the person who got the fellowship, who followed the plan. I don't know what's underneath all of that. I'm not sure I've ever looked." "Then look," he said, "now, here, with me." She didn't answer. What happened next was not the kind of thing that can be narrated from the outside. It is too interior for that, too rooted in the body's own logic, which is older and more eloquent than any language Carla had ever studied. What she knew afterward, What settled into her the way sediment settles into still water was this. It was not urgency that moved them, it was decision. The kind of decision that does not feel like a choice at all, but like the removal of an obstacle, the final quiet dropping of a resistance that had been the only thing standing between where they were and where they had already, in some deeper sense, arrived. His hands on her were not tentative, they were not greedy, they moved with the same quality of attention she had seen in him from the beginning, that particular way of being present, of registering what was in front of him without trying to possess it or escape it. He touched her the way someone reads a landscape, with patience, with curiosity, with the understanding that what is being witnessed cannot be rushed or summarized. She had not been touched like this in a long time, perhaps ever. The men before, the few, careful men before, had touched her as though her body were an obstacle between them and what they wanted. Marcus touched her as though her body were what he wanted, not as an object but as a place, a country he was choosing to enter and remain in. And Carla, who had spent years treating her own body as a vehicle for her mind, useful, maintained but fundamentally instrumental, felt something unlock, something that had been coiled tight for so long she had forgotten it was there, a warmth that began at the centre and moved outward, slow and deliberate, like dawn arriving in a room where no one has opened the curtains in years. She did not perform, she did not manage, she simply was, present, open, held. And the sensation of being held without condition, without expectation, without the need to be anything other than what she was in that moment, was so startling that it brought tears to her eyes, though she did not cry. He noticed. Of course he noticed. He paused, his forehead against hers, and said nothing, because there was nothing to say. The tears were not sadness. They were the particular release that comes when something you didn't know you were carrying is finally set down. Afterward they lay in the narrow bed with the afternoon light still moving through the kitchen window, and Carla felt, not happy, exactly, but something adjacent to happiness, something quieter, a sense of having arrived at a place she had not known she was travelling toward, and of finding it not glamorous or dramatic, but simply right, the way a key is right for a lock, not because it is special, but because it fits. "I don't know what happens now," she said. "Neither do I," said Marcus, and then, "but I know I'm not leaving." They did not stay in the cottage forever. Life does not work that way, and neither of them had ever believed it did. The fellowship was still there, waiting. The position Marcus had been offered was still there, waiting. The world, with its calendars and its obligations and its insistence on being lived in rather than merely experienced, pressed gently but firmly against the edges of their stillness. But something had changed in the way they faced it. Carla wrote back to the fellowship. She did not withdraw. She did not apologize. She simply told them, with a clarity that surprised even her, that she would need to renegotiate the timeline, that she was not running away from the work but toward a version of it that made sense to her, and that this might take a little longer than anyone had planned. Marcus called about the position. He told them he was interested, but that he needed it to be somewhere they could both live. Not because he was asking permission, because for the first time in his adult life, the decision about where to go was not his alone to make, and he found, to his own astonishment, that this did not feel like a constraint. It felt like an anchor, the good kind, the kind that does not hold you in place but gives you something to move from. They spent the last week in the cottage doing very little. They cooked elaborate meals and ate them slowly. They walked in the evenings when the light turned the countryside the colour of old honey, and they held hands without thinking about it, the way two people hold hands when it has stopped being a gesture and become simply a fact. One morning, Carla found a small leather notebook on the kitchen table. Open to a page Marcus had written on the night before, she did not read it. It was not meant for Her, and she understood now, the difference between intimacy and intrusion. But she saw the first line, written in his careful, slanted hand. The trick is not to stop moving. The trick is to find someone worth being still for. She closed the notebook and left it where it was. On the last morning they packed together, 2 bags each now, the weight of a life slightly expanded by the sharing of it. The pharmacy below their first room in the crossroad city had become, in memory, a kind of origin myth. The place where the experiment had begun, the strange and tentative first step of a journey neither of them had planned. Carla stood at the window of the cottage and looked out at the garden, where someone, Marcus she realised, had planted 3 small tomato seedlings in the corner of the yard. They were too late in the season. They would not produce fruit before the frost came, but they were there, reaching upward with the same stubborn optimism she'd noticed in the first garden she had seen in the courtyard of her room above the pharmacy a lifetime ago. She did not say anything about them. She simply noted them and smiled, and turned back to the room where Marcus was waiting with his jacket on and his hands in his pockets and an expression on his face that she had come to recognise as his version of happiness. Quiet, slightly bewildered, as though he had not quite expected to find himself here and was still adjusting to the fact that he had. "Ready?" he asked. "Yes," she said. They walked out together into the morning, which was bright and cold and unremarkable in every way, except that they were in it, and they were choosing to be, and the choosing, not the accident, not the momentum, not the current of circumstance carrying them forward, was the thing that made it real. What we borrow from tomorrow. The apartment existed at the intersection of aspiration and sterility. Glass and steel mostly, walls that refused opacity, furniture that suggested function without comfort. Dr. Marcus Webb had arranged it like an exhibition. Books alphabetized by author within subject, screens positioned at ergonomic angles, even the coffee maker calibrated to produce exactly 195 degrees Fahrenheit. Everything had its reason. Nothing had warmth. Outside, the city performed its nightly restlessness. Sirens and laughter, the hiss of tyres on wet pavement, lives unfolding in their glorious disorder. Marcus didn't watch anymore. The view had become data, traffic patterns, weather systems, the predictable pulse of urban metabolism. He had trained himself to see trends rather than moments, aggregates rather than individuals. It was a discipline born of necessity. 2 years ago he had been someone else, the ethical futurist whose TED talk on long-term thinking had gone viral, whose consulting firm advised governments on policy that might not bear fruit for generations. Then came the accident. Not quite an accident, really. An experiment. His own design. He had been developing a neural interface meant to enhance long-term cognitive modelling, a way to make the future feel as immediate as the present. The prototype had worked, after a fashion. It had also left him with tremors in his left hand, episodes of temporal disorientation, and a prognosis that made planning beyond 5 years and exercise in optimism he could no longer afford. The irony was not lost on him. He had spent his career advocating for decisions that privileged future generations, and now he barely had a future of his own. The university had been generous with disability leave. His colleagues had been kind. The media had been mercifully quiet. But Marcus knew what he had become, a cautionary tale, useful only as warning. His remaining work was cataloguing his own, failures for posterity. Which was why, when the department chair suggested a graduate assistant to help organise his papers, Marcus had initially refused. He didn't need a witness to his decline. He didn't need someone young and hopeful moving through his spaces, disturbing his careful equilibrium. But the chair had been insistent. Just for the semester. The student needs the funding. You need the help. Besides, it's Cora Brown. She's brilliant. You won't even notice she's there." He noticed. She arrived on a Tuesday morning with rain in her hair and an apology on her lips. "I'm so sorry I'm late. The bus." She stopped, took in the apartment, and her expression shifted to something between appreciation and unease. "Wow, it's very organised." Marcus stood awkwardly near his desk, unsure where to position himself in his own space now that she had entered it. She was smaller than he'd expected, slight in a way that made her seem younger than her CV suggested. 26, the department chair had said, working on a dissertation about moral obligations across temporal distances. Perfect match, he'd said. "The files are here," Marcus gestured to 3 bankers' boxes. "Correspondence, lecture notes, research materials. They need to be digitised and catalogued according to the system I've outlined." He handed her a document, 12 pages of single-spaced instructions. Cora took it, scanned the first page, and smiled. Not the polite smile he'd expected, but something genuine and slightly amused. "You've alphabetized your filing system guidelines. Is that a problem?" "No, it's just very you. I mean," she caught herself. "Sorry, I've read your work. I meant it as a compliment. You're thorough." The word landed between them, innocuous and somehow cutting. Thorough. A polite way of saying obsessive, inflexible, impossible to please. Marcus felt the familiar defensiveness rising but tamped it down. She was here to work, not to understand him. The desk in this corner is yours. Internet password is on the router. If you have questions, I'll figure it out, Cora said. She was already moving toward the boxes, shrugging out of her rain-dampened jacket. Underneath she wore a sweater that had seen better days, jeans with frayed hems. Everything about her looked temporary, provisional. It irritated him. For the first week they maintained a careful distance. Marcus worked at his desk, Cora at hers. The apartment filled with the sound of typing, the occasional rustle of paper, the click of his fingers against his water glass when the tremors started. She never commented on the tremors. He noticed. But gradually, inevitably, their orbits intersected. She would ask a question about his handwriting. He would clarify a reference. She would bring him coffee, incorrectly made, too much cream, and he would drink it rather than explain the calibrated precision of his own brewing method. Small surrenders. One evening, as autumn light slanted through the windows, Cora looked up from a stack of correspondence and said, "Can I ask you something?" Marcus braced himself. Here it would come. The question about the accident, about his prognosis, about what it felt like to have your body betray your intellect. In your paper on intergenerational ethics, you argued that we owe future people the same consideration as present ones. But what about when the future is uncertain? What if we can't predict what they'll need or value? The question caught him off guard. It was good, sharp. "We work with probabilities," he said slowly. "We can't predict everything, but we can identify trends, likely outcomes. We plan for the most probable futures." But isn't that a kind of arrogance, assuming we know what's likely? She was leaning forward now, genuinely engaged. "I mean, look at the last 50 years. Who predicted the internet, climate change, AI? We're terrible at prediction. So we should do nothing, make no plans?" His voice had an edge now. "No, we should be humble about our predictions, leave room for error, for change." She paused, then added more softly, "For hope." The word hung in the air between them. Hope. Marcus wanted to laugh, to inform her that hope was a cognitive bias, a failure to properly assess probability. Instead he said, "Hope is not a strategy." "No," Cora agreed, "but maybe it's a prerequisite." After that, the arguments became routine. She would challenge his assumptions. He would defend them with increasing heat. They debated over coffee and through dinner. She had started bringing food, claiming she needed to eat anyway, and it was wasteful to cook for one. Marcus suspected charity but accepted it because the alternative was admitting he'd been living on delivery and protein shakes. She brought disorder too, music playing from her laptop. Nothing he recognised, everything slightly too loud. Coffee cups appearing on surfaces he had designated non-beverage zones. Questions that disrupted his train of thought just when he'd achieved focus. And laughter. God, the laughter. At first it had seemed inappropriate, almost offensive. How could someone laugh so freely in a space dedicated to serious intellectual work? But gradually he'd found himself listening for it, the way one might listen for birdsong after a long winter. One night, very late, Marcus's hand began to shake so badly he couldn't hold his pen. He sat there, willing it to stop, watching the tremors ripple up his forearm. Cora had been working across the room, but she must have noticed because suddenly she was beside him, her hand covering his. "It's okay," she said quietly. "You don't have to." Her touch was warm, steadying. The tremors didn't stop, but they mattered less somehow. Marcus looked at her, really looked, and saw concern without pity, care without condescension. She met his gaze and didn't look away. The moment stretched, charged with something he couldn't name, or wouldn't, because naming it would mean acknowledging it, and acknowledgement would require response, and response might lead to... She pulled her hand back. "I should go. It's late." "Yes," he managed. "Late." After she left, Marcus sat in the dark apartment and felt the absence of her like a physical thing. November arrived with its particular melancholy, the city wrapped in grey light and early darkness. Marcus found himself adjusting his schedule to match Cora's, working when she worked, taking breaks when she did, eating meals at her suggestion rather than his own carefully planned intervals. They had moved beyond cataloguing into something more ambitious, a complete revision of his unfinished manuscript on temporal ethics. It had been sitting, half done, since before the accident. He'd assumed he would never complete it. But Cora had read the draft and declared it too important to abandon. "Your framework is solid," she'd said, spreading printouts across his desk with characteristic disregard for his filing system. "But you're missing the human element. All this talk about future generations, they're abstractions to you. Numbers, probabilities. But they're people, Marcus. They'll fall in love and make mistakes and worry about things we can't imagine. That's precisely why we need rigorous analysis," he'd countered. "Sentiment clouds judgment. Does it? Or does pure rationality miss something essential?" She'd tapped one of his chapters. "Here. You argue we should make sacrifices now for people who don't exist yet. But you never address why. Why should we care about strangers who won't be born for decades? Because it's the right thing to do. Ethically coherent. That's circular logic." She'd smiled then, not mockingly, but with something like affection. "Come on, Marcus. You're better than that. There has to be something deeper. Some fundamental reason we extend our moral circle beyond ourselves." He'd thought about it for days after. Why did we care about future people? The utilitarian answer was straightforward. More happiness, less suffering, the greatest good. But Cora was right. That felt hollow, incomplete. There had to be something else. Some essential human impulse toward continuity, toward meaning that exceeded our own brief span. Late one evening, as they worked through a particularly thorny section on discount rates, Marcus found himself confessing something he'd told no one else. "Before the accident, I used to run these mental simulations, imagining myself at 60, 70, looking back on decisions I'd made. It helped me think long-term, made the future feel real." He paused, staring at the screen. "I can't do that anymore. Can't imagine myself old. The simulation stops at 43, maybe 45. After that, it's just blank." Cora was quiet for a long moment. Then, "My mother died when I was 17. Sudden. No warning. For months after, I couldn't imagine any future at all. It felt dishonest, like I was assuming something I had no right to assume." "How did you get past it?" "I didn't exactly. I just started making smaller plans. Next week instead of next year, then next month. Eventually the horizon expanded again, not because I was certain of the future, but because I chose to act as if I had one." "That sounds like denial." "Or faith," she said softly. "Maybe they're not so different." They'd moved closer during the conversation, Marcus realised. Not deliberately, but gravitationally, as if proximity were the natural state between them. He could see the flecks of amber in her dark eyes, the small scar above her left eyebrow, the way her lips parted slightly when she was thinking. Cora. He wasn't sure what he meant to say. Wasn't sure he could say anything that wouldn't sound foolish or presumptuous or desperate. She leaned in, or he did. The movement was mutual, inevitable. His hand found her face, fingers trembling against her cheek. Her breath caught. The space between them contracted to nothing, and then his phone rang. They sprang apart. The moment shattered. Marcus grabbed the phone with shaking hands, his doctor calling to discuss his latest test results. He took the call in his bedroom, door closed, and when he emerged 15 minutes later, Cora was gathering her things. "Everything okay?" she asked, too casually. "Fine. Routine follow-up." A lie. The results had not been good. "You're leaving?" "It's late. I should..." She gestured vaguely toward the door. "See you tomorrow?" "Yes, tomorrow." But tomorrow was different. She arrived on time, worked efficiently, left promptly. The easy rhythm they'd developed, the arguments and laughter and comfortable silences, had been replaced by politeness. Professional distance. Marcus told himself it was for the best. He had no right to want her, to need her. He was a dying man with nothing to offer but burdens. Still, the apartment felt emptier when she was gone. The silence that had once been peaceful now felt accusatory. His careful systems, the alphabetized books, the calibrated coffee maker, the 12-page filing protocols seemed suddenly pathetic. A desperate attempt to control an inherently uncontrollable existence. A week passed, then two. They worked side by side like strangers. Marcus ached with the wrongness of it, but didn't know how to cross back to whatever they'd almost had. Cora seemed equally trapped. Her usual spark dimmed to something manageable and safe. Then, late on a Friday evening, she broke. "This is ridiculous," she announced, closing her laptop with more force than necessary. "We're adults. We can talk about it." Marcus looked up from his work, heart suddenly racing. "Talk about what?" "Don't." Her voice was sharp. "Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. We almost..." She stopped, regrouped. "Look, I get it. You're my supervisor, technically. There's a power dynamic, and you're dealing with serious health issues. The timing is terrible. I understand all the rational reasons why this is a bad idea." "It is a bad idea," Marcus said quietly. "I know, but that doesn't change how I feel." She was standing now, pacing. "God, do you know how frustrating it is? Working next to you every day, pretending I don't..." She cut herself off, colour rising in her cheeks. "Cora, no, let me finish. I'm not asking for anything. I just need you to know that this isn't... I'm not confused. I'm not some naive student with a crush on her professor. I see you. The real you. The brilliant, impossible, infuriating man who alphabetizes his filing instructions and drinks coffee at exactly 195 degrees and still believes, despite everything, that the future matters." Her voice softened. "I see you, Marcus. And He was across the room before he'd made a conscious decision to move. His hands found her face, and this time there was no phone to interrupt, no excuse to retreat. He kissed her the way a drowning man might grasp at air. desperately, gratefully, with the full knowledge that this might be his only chance. She kissed him back with equal fervour, her fingers tangling in his hair, her body pressing against his. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Marcus rested his forehead against hers. "This is still a bad idea," he whispered. "Terrible," she agreed, completely ill-advised. "I don't have much to offer. You have now. That's enough. Is it?" The question was raw, vulnerable in a way he'd never allowed himself to be. "I can't promise you a future, Cora. Can't even promise you next year." She pulled back just enough to meet his eyes. "I'm not asking for promises. I'm asking for honesty, for presence, for whatever time we have." A slight smile. "Remember what I said about making smaller plans? Next week instead of next year." "Exactly." She kissed him again, softer this time. "So, what's our plan for next week?" Marcus felt something shift in his chest, a loosening, like a fist unclenching after years of tension. "I suppose we should finish chapter 7, she laughed. "God, you're romantic. And maybe dinner, somewhere that isn't my apartment." "Better." She was smiling now, that full, uninhibited smile that had been absent for weeks. "What else?" "I don't know," he admitted, and then quieter. "Show me." For 6 weeks, Marcus lived in a state he could only describe as radical present tense. The future, that vast, unknowable country he'd spent his career trying to map, receded to the edges of his consciousness. What mattered was now. Cora's laughter over badly cooked pasta, her hand warm in his as they walked through Winterbear Parks, the way she sprawled across his precisely made bed, reading drafts of his manuscript and making notes in the margins. She'd moved some of her things into the apartment. A toothbrush, spare clothes, books that multiplied like living things across his surfaces. The disorder that had once irritated him now felt essential, evidence of life, of her. They worked on manuscript together, her optimism tempering his bleakness, his rigour sharpening her idealism. It was becoming something neither could have created alone, a work that acknowledged uncertainty without surrendering to despair, that demanded responsibility without requiring omniscience. "You know what this is about," Cora said one evening, curled against him on the sofa. "It's about love. Not the romantic kind, though that too, but the basic act of caring about someone you'll never meet. That's what binds us across time. We love forward." Marcus kissed the top of her head. "You're going to make me rewrite chapter 3, aren't you?" "Completely." She grinned up at him. "But you'll thank me when it wins awards." The call came on a Tuesday afternoon in early January. Marcus was in the kitchen making tea. Cora had finally broken him of his coffee-only habit when his phone rang. The Webb Institute, his former research foundation. He almost didn't answer. "Dr. Webb? This is Director Morrison. I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time." "Not at all." Professional autopilot. "Wonderful. I'll get straight to the point. The board has been discussing your legacy archive. We'd like to formalize it, create a comprehensive collection of your work, your research, everything. It would be housed permanently at the Institute, a complete scholarly resource." Marcus felt something cold settle in his chest. "I'm still working. The manuscript isn't—" Of course. But we want to begin the cataloguing process. Get ahead of things, so to speak. We're prepared to offer quite generous terms. Full funding for any research assistance you might need, and—" Morrison paused delicately. "We understand your health situation. We want to ensure your work is preserved. Whatever happens. Whatever happens." The euphemism hung in the air like smoke. "I'll think about it," Marcus said. "Please do. Oh, and Dr. Webb, we need a decision within the month. There's significant donor interest, but the funding window is limited." After he hung up, Marcus stood in the kitchen holding his cooling tea. A legacy archive. They were cataloguing him like he was already dead, preserving his work because they assumed he wouldn't live long enough to produce more. They were probably right. Who was that? Cora emerged from the bedroom where she'd been video conferencing with her dissertation committee. The Institute. They want to archive my work. That's good. Her tone was uncertain. It means they think I'm done. Finished. Worth preserving because I won't be producing anything new. That's not... Marcus, that's a huge honour. It means your work matters. Will continue to matter. It means I'm a relic. The bitterness surprised even him. Cora was quiet for a moment. Then, actually, I got some news today too. A funding offer. Full ride for the next 3 years. Research stipend. Everything. From Stanford. Something plummeted in Marcus's chest. Stanford? Yeah, it's incredible actually. I'd be working with Brown and Parfit's former students. Access to resources I couldn't dream of here. She was trying to sound excited, but there was something strained in her voice. When would you start? Full semester, if I accept. She moved closer, took his hand. Marcus, I haven't decided anything. I wanted to talk to you first. You should go. The words came out flat, automatic. Cora's hand tightened on his. I said I haven't decided. It's an extraordinary opportunity. You'd be foolish not to take it. Don't do that. Her voice had an edge now. Don't reduce this to a cost-benefit analysis. I'm being rational. One of us should be. She pulled her hand away. You know what I think? I think you're scared. I think good things are happening for both of us, and you're looking for reasons to sabotage them. I'm being realistic about my prognosis. No, you're using your prognosis as an excuse. She was fully angry now. You're so convinced that you don't deserve a future that you're willing to destroy the present to prove yourself right. The accusation hit like a physical blow. That's not fair, isn't it? You say you love me, but you won't even discuss the possibility of me staying. You won't consider that maybe I want to be here with you, regardless of what happens. Because it's not about what you want. The words erupted from him. Don't you see? You think you're choosing me, but you're choosing my disease, my decline. You're choosing to waste your brilliant career sitting vigil over a man who's already halfway gone. Cora's face went pale. Is that really what you think? That loving you is some kind of martyrdom? Some noble sacrifice? I think you're too young to understand what you're signing up for. God, you're so arrogant. Her voice was shaking now. You think you're the only one who gets to make hard choices? The only one who understands consequences? I know exactly what I'm signing up for, Marcus. The question is whether you do. What's that supposed to mean? It means you don't actually want me here. You want the idea of me, the grad student who makes you feel less alone, who validates your work. But the real me, the one who might need things from you, who might stay even when it gets hard. You can't handle that. It's too much risk, too much vulnerability. That's not true. Prove it. She was crying now, angry tears streaming down her face. Tell me you want me to stay. Tell me you're willing to try, even if it's scary, even if we don't know how it ends. Marcus opened his mouth, closed it. The words were there. I want you to stay. I love you. Please don't go. But they tangled in his throat, caught on the hooks of his terror. What if he asked her to stay and she regretted it? What if she wasted her youth on his death? What if loving him cost her everything and left her with nothing? The silence stretched between them, thick and poisonous. That's what I thought, Cora said, quietly. She grabbed her bag, her jacket. I'll come back for the rest of my things. Cora, don't. She paused at the door, not turning around. You were right about one thing. This was a bad idea. I just wish I'd realised it sooner. Then she was gone, and Marcus was alone in his perfectly organised apartment with its calibrated coffee maker and alphabetized books, and the sudden, devastating knowledge that he had just made the worst decision of his life. Marcus spent 3 weeks in a state that felt less like existence and more like suspended animation. He worked on the manuscript mechanically, each word extracted with pliers. The sections Cora had touched, her notes in the margins, her arguments woven through his, were unbearable to read. He tried to delete them, couldn't. She'd come back once as promised to collect her things. He'd made sure to be out. Couldn't watch her erase herself from his space. When he returned, the apartment looked exactly as it had before she'd arrived. Pristine, organised, empty. Even the mismatched coffee cup she'd favoured was gone. Only her scent remained faintly on the pillow she'd used. He told himself he'd done the right thing, the rational thing. She had her future now, unencumbered by his decline. She would go to Stanford, do brilliant work, find someone whole to love. He'd given her that. It should have felt noble. It felt like dying. The breaking point came on a Wednesday evening. Marcus was trying to work through a section on ethical uncertainty when his hand began to shake. Not the usual tremor, but something more violent, uncontrollable. The pen clattered to the desk. He watched his fingers spasm, useless and betraying, and something in him fractured. He thought of Cora's hand covering his that first time, the steadiness of her touch, the way she'd looked at him without pity, without fear, just presence. And suddenly he understood what she'd been trying to tell him. It wasn't about the future, probable or possible or planned. It was about being willing to show up day after day in the full knowledge that nothing was guaranteed. To love not despite uncertainty but within it. To choose connection even when, especially when, the outcome was unknown. He'd spent his career trying to make the future predictable, manageable, safe. But the future was never those things. The future was Cora, laughing in his kitchen. The future was risk and mess and the terrifying possibility of joy. And he'd thrown it away because he was too much of a coward to try. Marcus grabbed his phone with shaking hands, called Cora. It rang 4 times, went to voicemail. He hung up, called again, same result. On the 3rd attempt she answered. "Marcus, it's late. I was wrong." Silence on the other end, then, "About what?" "Everything. All of it." The words tumbled out. "You were right. I was scared. I am scared. Terrified, actually. Of needing you. Of letting you see me get worse. Of loving you and losing you and having to live with the fact that I had something precious and couldn't hold on to it. Marcus, please, let me finish." He took a shaking breath. "I spent my whole life trying to predict the future, model it, control it. And then the future happened anyway, and it broke me. Not the accident. That was just mechanics. But you were the thing I couldn't model or predict or control. You made me feel things I'd convinced myself I'd outgrown. Hope, want, the possibility that maybe, just maybe, I could have something good. And you pushed me away. Because I'm an idiot. A brilliant idiot who can model 50-year policy outcomes but can't figure out that love isn't a problem to be solved. It's a choice to be made. Over and over. Every day." He could hear her breathing on the other end, waiting. "I don't know how much time I have," Marcus continued. "Could be 2 years, could be 10. My doctors don't know. I don't know. But I know this. Whatever time I have, I want to spend it with you. I want to argue about my manuscript and drink improperly calibrated coffee and watch you spread disorder through my pristine apartment. I want to be scared with you. I want to hope with you. I want to learn how to live in the present tense. What about Stanford? Take it. Don't take it. Whatever you decide, I'll support you, but please," his voice broke, "please consider the possibility that you don't have to choose between your future and our future. that maybe they could be the same thing. The silence on the other end stretched so long Marcus thought she'd hung up. Then, "Where are you?" "Home, my apartment." "Stay there." She arrived 40 minutes later, hair wild from the rain, eyes red-rimmed. They stood in the doorway staring at each other. "You hurt me," Cora said finally. "I know. You made me feel like I was delusional for loving you, like it was pathological or naive or... I was wrong. Completely, utterly wrong." Marcus stepped closer. "You weren't naive. I was terrified. And I took my fear out on the best thing that's ever happened to me. You can't do that again." Her voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. "If we're going to try this, really try, you have to trust me. Trust that I know my own mind, that I can make my own choices about what I'm willing to risk." "I do. I will." He reached for her hands, held them gently. "I can't promise I won't be scared. Can't promise I won't mess up. But I promise I'll try. To be present. To let you in. To believe that we're worth the risk." Cora looked at their joined hands, then up at his face. "I turned down Stanford." His heart lurched. "Cora, not because of you. Not entirely. I realised something when I was considering it. All that prestige, those resources, they're incredible. But they're not what I need. What I need is to finish work that matters. Our work. The manuscript we've been building together. I can't do that from California." "You could have told me. We could have figured something out. You told me to go." The accusation was quiet but sharp. "I was an idiot. We've established this." A smile tugged at her lips despite herself. "A brilliant idiot. The worst kind." Marcus pulled her closer. "I love you. I should have said it before, but I was too busy being terrified and irrational and self-sabotaging. So I'm saying it now. I love you, Cora Brown. I love your disorder and your optimism and the way you argue with my footnotes. I love how you make terrible coffee and laugh too loudly and refuse to accept my careful predictions about the future." She was crying now, but smiling too. "You really are terrible at romance." "I know, but I'm trying." He wiped her tears with his thumbs. "What do you say? Will you teach me?" Instead of answering, she kissed him. And this time there were no interruptions, no retreats, no carefully maintained distance. Just two people choosing each other, fully and completely, in the face of an uncertain future. Later, tangled, together in his bed. Her bed now, their bed. Marcus felt something he hadn't experienced in years. Not happiness exactly, but something deeper. Permission. To want. To need. To be vulnerable and still worthy of love. Cora traced patterns on his chest, her touch light and unhurried. "So," she said softly, "what's our plan for next week?" Marcus smiled into her hair. "Finish chapter 8. Have dinner somewhere that isn't here. Maybe..." He paused, testing the words. "Maybe look at apartments. Together." She lifted her head to look at him. "Really?" "This place is mine. Past tense. I want something that's ours." "No alphabetized filing instructions?" "Maybe just a few." At her look, he laughed. "Okay, fine. No filing instructions. But I draw the line at the coffee maker. Deal." She kissed him, soft and slow. "What about the month after next?" "Don't know." "What about it?" "Exactly." She settled back against him, her hand finding his, their fingers intertwining. That's the point. And for the first time in years, Marcus found he could live with not knowing. Spring came late that year, arriving not with fanfare but with gradual insistence. Buds forcing their way through bark, green asserting itself against grey. Marcus noticed it first from the new apartment's window, a smaller space than his old one, less meticulously organised but somehow more alive. They'd moved in together in February, a decision that felt both inevitable and radical. The apartment was a compromise. Cora's willingness to maintain some order, Marcus's willingness to accept some chaos. Books were still alphabetized, but not obsessively. The coffee maker still existed, but so did Cora's French press. They'd learned to negotiate space, both physical and emotional. The manuscript was nearly finished. They'd worked on it through winter, through Marcus's good days and bad ones, through Cora's dissertation deadline and his medical appointments. It had become a true collaboration, neither of their. Voices dominant but woven together. His rigour and her heart, his caution and her hope. "I think we're done," Cora announced one morning in April, reading through the final chapter. "Or as done as we're going to be. We could tinker forever, but at some point you have to let it go into the world." Marcus looked at the document on his screen. 300 pages that had consumed the better part of 2 years. The title had changed from his original stiff formulation to something more honest. What We Owe Tomorrow. Essays on love, responsibility, and uncertain futures. "Do you think it's good?" he asked. "I think it's real," Cora said. "That's better than good." The book went out to publishers in May. By June, they had 3 offers. Marcus chose the press that promised not to market it as his final work or posthumous reflection, the ones that would let it exist simply as what it was. His health had stabilised, much to everyone's surprise. The tremors remained, and there were days when the temporal disorientation made work impossible. But there were also days, more of them now, when he felt almost normal. His doctors were cautiously optimistic. Marcus had learned to be the same. Cora had defended her dissertation in March and taken a postdoc at the university. She was working on a project about care ethics and temporal responsibility, building on the framework they'd developed together. Sometimes Marcus would find her at her desk at 2 a.m, lost in thought, and would pull her to bed with gentle insistence. "You can finish tomorrow," he'd say. "Maybe," she'd reply, "but probably not." Then she'd grin. "Good thing we don't have to finish everything in one day." One evening in late June, as summer light stretched golden across the city, Marcus did something he hadn't done since before the accident. He opened his future modelling software, the same program that had once consumed his days, the one that had stopped at age 45 with nothing beyond but blank. Cora looked over his shoulder. "What are you doing?" "An experiment." He began entering variables, not the broad societal ones he'd once focused on, but something more personal. Small plans, next month, next year. A conference they might attend together. A sabbatical they'd discussed. The book tour, if the book did well. Holidays with Cora's family, whom he'd met and who'd welcomed him with surprising warmth, despite the age difference and his condition. The projection extended. 46. 47, 50. The numbers felt less certain than they once had, but somehow more real. "What do you see?" Cora asked softly. "Possibilities," Marcus said. "Not certainties, not even probabilities. Just options. Things that might happen if we're lucky," she finished. "If we choose well, if we keep showing up." "Yes." He closed the program, turned to face her. "I have a question." "Okay. It's probably too soon. Definitely not rational. But I've learned that waiting for the perfect moment is another form of cowardice." Cora's eyes widened. "Marcus, I don't have a ring. Haven't planned a speech. I'm doing this all wrong." He took her hands, felt the familiar tremor in his own. "But here's what I know. I want to make plans with you. Not just for next week or next month, but for years. As many as we get. I want to argue about footnotes and drink improperly calibrated coffee and watch you spread disorder through our lives. I want to be scared with you and hopeful with you and present with you." Tears were already streaming down her face. "So," Marcus continued, voice shaking, "will you marry me? Knowing that I can't promise you forever, can't even promise you next year with certainty, but can promise you that I will show up every day for as long as I possibly can." Cora laughed through her tears. "That is possibly the least romantic proposal in history." I know. I'm terrible at this. You really are, she kissed him soft and certain. Yes, absolutely yes. They were married in September, a small ceremony in the university chapel. Cora wore blue. Marcus managed to get through his vows without his hand shaking too badly. Their friends and colleagues filled the pews, a community neither had fully appreciated until they'd needed it. During the reception, Marcus's former department chair pulled him aside. I have to admit, when I suggested Cora as your assistant, I was just trying to help her with funding. I had no idea. He gestured at the celebration, at Cora laughing with her friends across the room. Neither did I, Marcus said. I thought I was finished, done, but it turns out I was just waiting to begin. The book published in November to unexpected acclaim. Reviewers praised its honesty, its refusal to offer easy answers, its insistence that uncertainty was not the same as hopelessness. It became required reading in philosophy departments, policy programs, even medical ethics courses. But what mattered most to Marcus was a letter he received 3 months after publication from a woman in Oregon. She'd been diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's at 38, she wrote, and had been preparing to die. Then she'd read the book. It hadn't changed her prognosis, she said, but it had changed how she thought about the time she'd left. She was making plans again. Small ones, yes, but plans nonetheless. Marcus showed the letter to Cora, who cried over it and then insisted they frame it. This is why, she said. This is why we care about the future. Not because we can control it, but because our choices echo. We love forward. On their first anniversary, Marcus and Cora stood at the window of their apartment as dawn broke over the city. The view was nothing like his old place, less impressive, more human-scaled, but it was theirs. What should we plan for next year? Cora asked, leaning back against him. Marcus thought about it. A year ago he wouldn't have been able to answer. The future had been a wall, impenetrable and close. Now it stretched before him, uncertain but navigable. A trip, he said. Somewhere we've never been. Maybe Greece. We've always wanted to see the Parthenon. We could work on the new project there, the one about hope as epistemic virtue. We could. He kissed the top of her head. What else? I don't know. She turned in his arms, smiled up at him. That's the beauty of it, isn't it? We don't have to know. We just have to choose. The sun broke fully over the horizon, washing the room in gold. Marcus watched the light touch everything, the books on their shelves, the coffee maker and French press coexisting on the counter, the ring on Cora's finger that matched his own. Outside, the city was waking up. People were making plans, small and large. Some would work out, many wouldn't. But they were trying, all of them, to build futures from the uncertain present. Marcus thought about the title of their book, What We Owe Tomorrow. They owed tomorrow honesty. He'd come to understand, not certainty but presence, not predictions but choices, the willingness to show up, to try, to love forward into the unknown. Ready? Cora asked. He knew she was talking about breakfast, about starting their day. But the question felt larger somehow. Ready for what came next? For the uncertain future they were building together? Yes, Marcus said, and meant it. The end. The composer's Muse. New York City at dusk is a curious, shape-shifting place. Lights flicker on in high-rise windows, cabs honk impatiently in the streets, and the hum of a million stories pulses in every direction. Hidden in one of the quieter neighbourhoods sits a small, unassuming cafe. A chalkboard sign reads, Kira Stein's Espresso and Notes, though the subdued exterior rarely draws crowds. The reason people step inside, if they do, is whispered among the local night owls. Come for the coffee, stay for the piano. Tonight, Alex Peterson is at that very piano. He's a man defined by quiet intensity. Dressed in a black button-down shirt and simple trousers, he blends into the backdrop until he rests his fingertips on the keys. Then, the atmosphere around him transforms. His music is an undercurrent that calms the chatter, gliding through the air like an intimate secret. A few patrons pause to listen, though most remain lost in their conversations. Alex's eyes shift toward a crumpled newspaper lying beside a half-empty latte on a nearby table. The headline leaps out at him. Hazel Warner, disgraced violinist, returns to her roots. A familiar longing blooms in his chest. Once, years ago, Hazel was at the pinnacle of the classical world, a former child prodigy with a glow about her that dazzled both critics and fans. Now, the tabloids buzz with her downfall, a plagiarism scandal pinned on her by her charismatic ex-fiancé, Nathaniel Nate Caldwell. Alex exhales softly as he finishes his piece, letting the final chord linger. Then, he gently closes the fallboard of the piano. He's about to slip away from the spotlight, though to call it a spotlight is generous when barely anyone notices him, when a voice calls out, "Hey you, over here," says a man with a face that glows from the screen of his phone. "How about something more upbeat?" Alex musters a tight smile. He does not do requests, especially not from random men lost in their phone screens. Yet he nods politely, sits back down, and begins a tune that's lighter, a warm, melodic jazz standard he's well practiced in. It's easier this way, not stirring up too much of himself, not letting his heart bleed through the music. A few minutes later, the cafe's owner breezes by, wiping a table with brisk, confident strokes. Kira Stein, Alex's best friend since their days in music conservatory, is a petite woman with short, coppery hair that curls just at her chin. She has an uncanny ability to sense the mood of a room, especially where Alex is concerned. "You okay?" Kira asks once the last note fades. Alex shrugs, eyes darting again to the newspaper. Kira follows his glance. A sigh escapes her lips. "You know," she says, "you don't have to torture yourself reading about her. It's been how many years?" A question that hangs in the air without an easy answer. One might say 5 or 10, or maybe just enough. Years for the memory of Hazel Warner to become a continuous hum in Alex's life. He stands, carefully folds the newspaper, and follows Kira to the back of the cafe. The corridor there is narrow, walls lined with old concert posters, many from Kira's short stint as a travelling violinist. She gave that up to open this place, channeling her passion for music into the comfort of others. Alex has never fully understood how she can be so fearless in forging a new path, but maybe that's precisely why they've stayed so close. Once they reach the small kitchen, Kira hands him a mug of chamomile tea. She's well acquainted with his reluctance to drink coffee late at night. "Alex," she says, her voice low enough that the barista behind them won't overhear. "I'm serious. This obsession, it has to stop. You let yourself feel everything so deeply, and that's beautiful. But you have to remember what Hazel did. She never even noticed you, not really. Don't let her waltz. Back into your head now that she's all over the press again." He looks at Kira, wanting to believe her words but also unable to quiet the memories. She has no idea how many times he's replayed those old duets, the ones in the musty practice rooms at the conservatory. He still recalls the exact weight of Hazel's gaze when they performed an original piece he'd composed specifically for her. Yet, she never realised it was for her. She'd simply praised his musicianship and rushed on to the next rehearsal, her mind fixed on climbing higher and higher in her own career. And now she's back, battered by scandal, possibly more fragile than before. She might not ever glance in his direction again, but that doesn't stop the longing. "Let me worry about it," Alex finally mutters, taking a sip of tea. Kira shakes her head but decides not to push further. She knows well enough that coaxing truth from Alex is a slow dance. All right, she concedes, but promise me you won't bury yourself in heartbreak again. If you need to talk, I'm here. Alex sets down the mug and returns to the piano, but the mood in the cafe has shifted. Most patrons have gone. The few who remain seem content with hushed conversation. He runs his fingers over the keys but chooses not to play. No sense in pouring himself into a near-empty room. Instead, he helps Kira close up for the night, stacking chairs, wiping tables, flicking off the lights, until the cafe is silent and dark, except for the glowing green exit sign. When they step outside, the street glistens under the lampposts. Wind rustles a stray piece of trash, sending it skittering along the sidewalk. Alex feels the chill against his skin, but it's a mild evening by New York standards. Kira rummages for her keys, the jingle echoing faintly in the urban hush. She locks the door, then turns to him. "You sure you don't want to stay with me? You look like you've got a lot on your mind," she says, softly. "I'm fine," Alex insists. He wonders what time it is. Probably near midnight, maybe later. The quiet can be disorienting in a city that rarely sleeps. He runs a hand through his hair and offers Kira a small, reassuring smile. "Thanks, though. I'll see you in the morning?" She nods, and they part ways. He heads down the block, each step feeling heavier. He's turned 31, an age that feels like a tide change. No longer the bright-eyed dreamer of his 20s, but not old enough to shed that same dream. A musician in a constant state of almost discovered, almost recognised, almost loved. He can't resist one last glance at the folded newspaper under his arm. Hazel Warner's face is captured in a photograph that seems to ache with unsaid words. She doesn't know he exists as more than a faint memory from the past. And yet, for Alex Peterson, she's been the silent impetus behind every piece he's ever composed. He rounds the corner to his small walk-up apartment. The building stands tired but proud. Up the creaky stairs into the narrow hall, and finally he slips the key into his door. Inside, the living room is cluttered with sheet music, some scribbled on loose-leaf pages, others meticulously noted in bound notebooks. His baby grand piano, a well-loved Steinway, is tucked in the corner. He flips on a small lamp, letting its warm glow caress the instrument. Setting the newspaper on the piano bench, he leans against a wall scrawled with half-finished compositions pinned up like puzzle pieces. He wonders if Hazel is reading about herself with the same sense of dread. He wonders if she's thinking back to the days before everything became complicated by fame and betrayal. In this moment, the past and the present collide in his heart. He wants to shut out the memories, but the notes of an old composition drift into his mind uninvited. Quietly, as if not to disturb the intangible ghost lurking, he hums a melody he once wrote for Hazel. It settles into the silence like a final lullaby for the night. He knows Kira's warning is wise. He knows he should let the memory of Hazel fade. But love, or something akin to it, has a way of burrowing into the soul, deeper than logic can reach. And so, with a flick of the lamp switch, he surrenders to the darkness, that intangible chord still resonating in him. He doesn't know what tomorrow holds, only that the world has suddenly tilted with Hazel's return. The shadows of unspoken feelings dance on the wall, and somewhere in the city that never truly sleeps, Hazel Warner might be hearing an echo of a past she never knew existed. A crisp morning light slices through Alex's thin curtains, waking him earlier than usual. The city hums in the background, delivery trucks roaring, car horns honking. But Alex hears another sound in his mind, the slow, melancholic chords he half composed last night before sleep claimed him. They remain incomplete, like a question begging for an answer he's not yet ready to give. He dresses, pulling on a sweater and dark jeans, and cradles a travel mug of tea on his way back to the cafe. The dawn light paints the sidewalks golden. Despite the bustle, Alex feels a sense of quiet. He wonders if Hazel is awake right now, perhaps scanning the headlines that mock her fall from grace. It's a futile thought. She's a world away, even if technically only a few subway stops separate them in Manhattan. When he steps into Kira's cafe, the place smells of freshly ground espresso beans and pastries. Morning regulars line up, bleary-eyed but hopeful for caffeine. Kira, cheerful but firm, manages them all with the efficiency of a seasoned conductor overseeing an orchestra. "Good morning," she calls, sliding a latte across the counter to a waiting customer. Then she turns to Alex, her eyes flickering with curiosity. "Sleep well?" He shrugs. Sleep was a cagey beast that refused to linger. "I'm managing." Kira arches an eyebrow. "You know, if you want real rest, you could try not reading that newspaper article 20 times. He tries to deny it, but the small, knowing tilt of her head stops him. "I just needed to see how the media's spinning it," he says. "She's back in the city after all. Doesn't that feel surreal to you?" Kira's expression softens. "I guess," she concedes. "She was always so driven when we were all at the conservatory. The star of every show, the top of every class. It's strange to picture her now, headlined as a pariah. But maybe," she pauses, measuring her words, "this is a chance for her to figure out who she is without that perfect veneer." A knock on the glass door distracts them. A harried supplier gestures at Kira, needing a signature for a delivery. She throws Alex a quick, sympathetic look and rushes off. Alone at the counter, Alex finds his thoughts drifting again to Hazel, the way her bow once glided, across violin strings, each note luminous, filled with a rare fervour. People called her a prodigy, but Alex saw the toll of that label in the deep circles under her eyes. He'd admired her from the audience seat as much as from behind the piano stand, but she never noticed, or if she did, she chose not to say a thing. Morning moves forward in a blur of coffee orders and pastries. Alex occasionally assists, clearing tables, refilling sugar canisters. A few hours later, just as the rush dies down, something almost fated happens. A figure slips through the door. She's shorter than he remembers, or perhaps it's the way her posture slopes inward, as if she's trying to vanish into her own coat. Her hair, once pinned in an elegant bun for performances, now falls loosely around her shoulders in unbrushed waves. Yet there's no mistaking that face. Hazel Warner stands in the doorway of Kira's cafe, scanning the room with uncertain eyes. Alex freezes. For an instant he contemplates, ducking behind the counter to avoid being seen. His heart pounds, and a rush of old emotions flood him. Admiration, yearning, fear that she'll glance right through him as if he's invisible. But she doesn't. Their eyes meet, and a flicker of recognition sparks across her features. "Alex," she says softly, her voice cracking as though she's unsure if she's allowed to speak his name. Time seems to stutter. Kira, returning from the back, practically leaps to intercept Hazel. "Hey," Kira says in polite but guarded tones. "Long time no see. Do you need something? Coffee? A place to sit?" Hazel's cheeks flush. She steps closer to the counter, ignoring the curious stares of a few remaining customers. I saw the sign. The name was familiar. I had no idea this was your place, Kira." Her gaze flickers to Alex. "Or that you'd be here too." The room feels charged, like the moment before a pivotal note in a musical composition. A part of Alex wants to unravel every memory he stored away. Tell Hazel how proud he was of her successes, how gutted he was when she fell from grace, how her face in that newspaper last night reignited every feeling he'd tried to bury. But he stands there, measured silence forming a barrier. Kira, stepping up, tries to dissolve the tension with a businesslike tone. "Welcome. If you'd like something, the menu's on the board. We also have fresh pastries. Hazel glances at the blackboard, though she seems more focused on Alex's face. She opens her mouth, closes it, and then tries again. Actually, Could we talk? All of us, maybe. I know a lot has happened since forever. She gives a half laugh that lacks humour. I just wanted to see you both. Maybe apologise. Kira folds her arms. Apologise for what exactly? Hazel's gaze drops to the floor. For never being around. For shutting people out. Especially after everything. You probably heard about the scandal. Nate Caldwell accused me of stealing a concerto from him. It wasn't true. Her voice tightens. But no one believed me. I lost everything. My reputation, my bookings, sponsors, everything. A silence follows, broken only by the hiss of the espresso machine behind the counter. I should have reached out sooner. Alex feels a pang of sympathy, then quickly reminds himself of Kira's warning. Hazel had always been too wrapped up in her own ambitions to notice the people who truly cared about her. But is it fair to blame her entirely? Or is this vulnerability genuine? Finally he lets out a breath and in a measured voice says, "It's been a while, Hazel. Let's grab a table." The three of them settle at a corner table by the window. Passers-by rush along the sidewalk outside, glimpsing the cafe's interior without understanding the emotional undercurrents swirling in that small space. Hazel fiddles with her fraying jacket sleeve, as though searching for the right words. "I'm sorry to just barge in like this," she begins again. "I know I have no right to ask for help after everything that's happened. But the truth is, I don't know if I can play violin the way I used to. I can't trust my own instincts anymore. Everyone's eyes are on me, waiting for me to fail again." Kira's expression softens just a fraction. "What do you want from us?" Hazel looks directly at Alex and he feels his heart skip. "Back in school, you wrote a piece for me once," she says, her voice tender. "You might not remember," he interrupts. "Of course I remember. I remember every piece I've ever composed." She nods, looking grateful for a moment of connection. "It was unlike anything else. I felt a sincerity in your notes that I never felt in any other composition. After what I've been through, I want to feel that again. I need to rediscover why I love music. I was hoping, maybe, you could compose something new for me. It's the only way I know how to start over." A jolt of conflicting emotions grips Alex. Part of him bristles at the idea. Why should he cater to Hazel's request now, after years of quiet neglect? But another part of him, the composer who thrives on raw emotion, can't ignore the stirring of inspiration. The guard dog in his mind barks that this is dangerous, that he'll be hurt again. Yet the flicker of hope in Hazel's eyes is undeniable. "You're asking a lot," Alex manages to say. Hazel lowers her gaze. "I know, but I'm lost, Alex. And I thought, if anyone could help me find my way, it would be you." The sincerity in her voice, mixed with desperation, forms a chord that resonates too deeply to ignore. Kira catches Alex's eye, a silent caution passing between them. This is exactly what she was worried about. Alex stepping into the old role of caretaker, the silent composer who burns for a woman who barely registers his presence beyond his music. But now that Hazel is here, physically, tangibly broken, can he turn away? He leans back, crossing his arms. "Let me think about it," he says, trying to sound detached. Hazel nods, her shoulders slumping in what seems like relief that he hasn't outright refused. "Thank you," she whispers. They linger in an uneasy quiet until a customer approaches the counter, drawing Kira away to take another order. Alex and Hazel remain at the table, separated by a gulf of unspoken history. For a fleeting moment, Alex wonders if this is fate or a twisted encore of heartbreak. Either way, The music that once bound them together might soon play again. And if it does, Alex senses it won't be the same gentle harmony. It might be a tempest, or something more complicated. Something that could break them both. For the rest of that day, Alex is caught in a whirlwind of old melodies and new uncertainties. After Hazel's departure, he and Kira exchange few words about the encounter. She simply hands him a cloth to wipe down the counters, eyes narrowed in a stern, silent message. "I'm watching you. Don't get in over your head." That night, Alex heads home with a restless surge of creativity swirling within. The second he enters his apartment, he sits at his baby grand. His fingers hover over the keys. A phrase forms in his mind, soft, tentative. It's reminiscent of the compositions he wrote in his conservatory days for Hazel, but now there's an undercurrent of regret and longing that wasn't there before. He plays a few chords, testing the waters. An image flashes in his mind of Hazel in the cafe, her coat too big, her eyes rimmed with fatigue. He remembers how vibrant she used to be, standing tall on stage, commanding the spotlight with her violin's brilliance. Now, that bright energy seems dimmed by betrayal and scandal. The tabloids can be vicious, especially when a revered figure falls from grace. Accusations of plagiarism are a hard stain to remove, even when you're innocent. Alex shuts his eyes, letting the notes speak. When he was younger, he believed music was enough to convey his feelings, but he never found the courage to tell Hazel directly, "Hey, I love you. This composition is a testament to how you captivate my entire being." She never guessed, or if she did, she brushed it aside, too focused on her own ambitions. He wonders, is it masochistic to compose something new for her? Probably. But the thought of turning her away feels worse. He can't deny the electric thrill that runs through him at the notion of creating a piece worthy of resurrecting her spirit. Late into the night, he scrawls ideas onto staff paper, half-formed melodies, eerie chord progressions, a shift to a major key that hints at hope. By the time he looks at the clock, it's nearly 2 a.m. He rubs his tired eyes and forces himself to bed, mind racing with chord structures and harmonic layers. Over the next several days, Hazel and Alex meet in his small Brooklyn apartment. They sit across from each other, a battered coffee table between them, strewn with his handwritten sheets. Hazel traces the notes with her fingertips, as though they're braille revealing secrets. "I don't know if I can do these justice," she confesses one afternoon, setting the pages aside. She glances around at the cluttered living space. Alex's apartment is modest, but the stacks of music carry a certain magic, as if each page vibrates with potential. "I haven't performed in months, and when I do try to play, I get in my own head. My technique is shaky, my confidence is shot." Alex finds her vulnerability unsettling. The Hazel he recalls was proud, sometimes to a fault, certain of her abilities. This Hazel seems humanized by pain. A small voice in his mind warns him that heartbreak often paves the way to manipulative apologies, but he can't help feeling sympathy. "You'll get it back," he says gently. "If you want to, that is. But it'll take practice and patience." She gives him a weary smile. "Thanks for not sugarcoating it." Then she shifts her gaze. "I'm curious, Alex. Why did you even agree to help me? You could have refused, told me to figure it out on my own." The question lingers, thickening the air. He could mention that maybe it's because he spent years tethered to her without her noticing, or that Kira's protective stance only half deters him from diving headlong into a new composition for the woman who once spurred his greatest pieces. Instead, he offers a careful truth. "Because I understand what it's like to love music to the point that you can't let it die, no matter how many times it betrays you." A flicker of recognition crosses her face. She nods as though she senses the deeper layers in his words. But before either can elaborate, Kira strides in, carrying a paper bag of groceries. She's been dropping by regularly, partly to keep them fed and partly, Alex suspects, to ensure he isn't blindly falling into old patterns. "I've got fresh vegetables and some pasta," Kira announces. "Thought I'd whip up lunch." She sets the bag on the kitchen counter, pausing to look at Hazel. "You look tired. Are you resting enough?" Hazel shrugs. "I've been trying to rebuild a routine. Mornings at the library researching old compositions, afternoons practicing, evenings here with Alex." Kira raises an eyebrow at Alex. "Don't overwork her, composer boy." Alex holds up his hands in mock defence. "She sets the pace, not me." Hazel smiles faintly, sensing the playful protective tone in Kira's voice. Then she helps unload the groceries. In the next few minutes, the apartment is filled with the aroma of simmering tomatoes, sizzling onions, and fresh basil. The domesticity of it all surprises Alex. It's been ages since he's had something resembling family or close friends gathered around for a meal. As they eat, talk meanders from music to old stories about the conservatory. Hazel recounts how she once got locked in a practice room for hours because Nate Caldwell forgot she was there and left with the only key. Kira scoffs at the mention of that name, setting her fork down a little too aggressively. "Of course he did," Kira mutters, eyes narrowing. "Nate never gave a damn about anyone but himself." Hazel glances at her plate. "I defended him for years. I even believed him at first when he said he was doing it for my own good, claiming that my compositions were overshadowing his. It's all so messed up." Alex stays quiet, letting Hazel's confession sink in. He recalls seeing Nate from afar during their conservatory days, a magnetic presence who drew a crowd wherever he went. Nate had an uncanny ability to charm people, a skill that masked his darker inclinations. That same charm, ironically, is what made the world believe his lies about Hazel's plagiarism. Eventually plates empty, and the three of them clear the table. Hazel steps to the corner of the living room where her violin case rests. Carefully she lifts the instrument out, running her fingers over the polished wood. It's still a magnificent violin, though now bearing the emotional weight of her scandal. Alex moves to the piano. "Let's try a few bars from that piece I showed you," he suggests, flipping open the pages on the stand. Hazel nods, positioning the violin under her chin. She draws in a breath, and her bow meets the strings. The first note wavers. She stops, breath ragged. "It's okay," Alex says calmly. Again. A second attempt produces a slightly steadier sound, though far from her old brilliance. Her technique is rusty, but there's a tremor of emotion that travels from her bow into the air. It's not just skill that's missing, it's belief in herself. Alex begins to play the supporting piano line, a gentle ripple of chords meant to cradle the violin melody. It's a new composition with hints of an old longing. For a moment, Hazel meets his eyes. Something sparks, as if she recognizes that the music is built around her essence, her timid reawakening, her heartbreak, her hope. The notes intertwine, delicate but fraught with tension. It's imperfect, but genuine. When they finish, Hazel lowers her violin, tears brimming. She blinks them away quickly, her voice shaking. It's like the music understands me better than I understand myself. Kira watches quietly, arms folded but not unkindly. "That's Alex for you," she finally says. "He hears what's unspoken." Hazel's eyes never leave Alex's face. "You once wrote for me, years ago, and I barely thanked you," she says. "But I want you to know now that it meant the world, even if I didn't say it. I just didn't realize how much I needed it." Alex's heart clenches with an odd mix of longing and frustration. He has waited so long for any kind of acknowledgement, from Hazel, yet hearing it now stings. It reminds him of the lost time, the night spent pining for a woman who was only a dream. Clearing his throat, he says, "Let's refine that second section tomorrow. The tempo shift might help you transition better." Hazel nods, cheeks flushed. Kira, sensing the emotionally charged atmosphere, speaks up. "I'm going to do the dishes. Hazel, why don't you pack up your violin for the day? We've done enough for now." Hazel lingers only a moment longer before setting her instrument down and heading to the kitchen to help Kira. Alone, Alex flips through the sheets of music on his piano stand. His eyes land on a line that reads, "Dedicated to H.W." It's an echo of the secret dedications he made back in school, though he never had the courage to show them to her. In the kitchen, he hears the murmur of Hazel and Kira's voices. They're talking quietly, maybe about him, or maybe about the scandal. He wonders if Hazel is telling Kira about the heartbreak she endured with Nate, or the raw guilt she carries for not noticing Alex's devotion all those years ago. He wonders if Kira is cautioning Hazel not to hurt him again. He closes the music folder, pressing down gently on the pages as though sealing them into his own heart. Despite his caution, he's already invested. Too much. His walls are crumbling, and the music of her presence is slipping in once more. He can't help but think, if this collaboration heals Hazel, what will it do to him? Will he finally find closure? Or is he walking straight into heartbreak for a second time? As he sits there, the lingering resonance of their duet still vibrating through the apartment, one truth emerges. Though he spent years composing in the shadows, a flicker of light has found him. And as dangerous as it might be to step into that brightness again, he knows that sometimes music is worth the risk. Tension curls like a wary cat in the corners of Alex's apartment. Though Hazel is determined to rebuild her career, she struggles under the weight of public disapproval, which she experiences even in small ways. Side glances from strangers on the subway, or hushed whispers when someone recognizes her on the street. Each new day at Alex's apartment, she tackles the violin with increasing rigor. Bit by bit, her confidence emerges, but so does a new emotion, a deepening awareness of Alex. One evening, after Kira has locked up the cafe and left Alex and Hazel alone to rehearse, Hazel notices an old spiral-bound notebook on the piano bench. Its edges are frayed, the cover faded. Without thinking, she picks it up and flips through the pages. Her breath catches. The dates go back nearly a decade, each composition titled with cryptic phrases: "Moonlight Before Dawn," "The Red Scarf Elegy," "Her Heart's Allegro." The margins are filled with half-erased doodles, sometimes a single initial, H. The dedication lines read differently, for H.W., or simply for her. It's as if the entire notebook is an ode to a mysterious muse. She glances at Alex, who's busy in the small kitchenette, washing a couple of mugs. Music from a local jazz station filters through a tinny radio on the counter. She wonders if she should ask permission to read further, but the curiosity is too strong. She turns the page. The notes swirl off the staff lines, raw, unpolished, but brimming with a fervour she recognises from their earliest rehearsals at the conservatory. In each melody she senses a confession, like love letters etched in music. Her mind whirls back to fleeting memories, the way Alex would watch her from across the practice room, the flush on his face whenever she praised his compositions. Could it be? Hazel snaps the notebook shut when Alex walks in, concern etched on his features. "Where did you find that?" he asks, drying his hands on a dish towel. She holds it out, cheeks burning. "It was on the bench. Alex, these pieces, you wrote them. For me, didn't you?" His silence is answer enough. Slowly he sets the towel aside, tension in his jaw. "That was a long time ago." Her hands tremble. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" Alex's gaze falls to the floor. "You never asked." and you never seemed interested in anything that wasn't about your own spotlight. She flinches as though struck. That's not fair. I didn't know. I was focused, he finishes. Driven. You were unstoppable, Hazel. I admired that. But you never looked back. For a moment neither speaks. The radio crackles out a lonely saxophone line punctuating the silence. Finally, Hazel musters the courage to meet his eyes. I see that now. I was young and foolish. I was so consumed with being the best that I didn't stop to see who was right beside me. Alex exhales, running a hand over the piano's worn finish. Why are we talking about the past? It can't be changed. She clutches the notebook to her chest. Because it matters to me, she confesses, voice quavering. I thought nobody understood me or my passion, but all this time you were writing for me, fueling me, loving me through your music, and I never even thanked you. A storm brews in Alex's dark eyes. Pain, longing, frustration. Don't read too much into it, he says, though his tone betrays him. I was just a naive composer in love with an idea. An idea? Hazel echoes, feeling her throat tighten. Or was it me? He's silent for a long beat, then quietly responds, I don't know anymore. She sets the notebook down gently, returning it to him like something fragile. For what it's worth, those pieces are some of the most beautiful I've ever seen. I wish I could have heard them played. Maybe one day I still can. Alex avoids her gaze, gathering the notebook and tucking it away. We should call it a night. The next morning, Hazel confides in Kira. They meet at the cafe, before opening, in that in-between time when the city is just waking. Hazel sits on a stool near the counter, arms resting on her violin case. She looks pensive, as if she hasn't slept. Kira pours them both a cup of strong coffee, ignoring Hazel's mention that she's more of a tea person these days. Trust me, you need the caffeine, Kira jokes softly. Now spill. What's going on in that head of yours? Hazel hesitates, then sighs. I found a notebook of Alex's compositions from years ago. All of them. They're dedicated to me. I had no clue he felt so strongly. My mind is reeling. Kira's expression is guarded, though not entirely surprised. I warned him not to get hurt again. He's been carrying this torch for so long. Hazel lets out a broken laugh. I never meant to be so blind. I was just so caught up in my career, in Nate, in everything. And now that I see the depth of Alex's devotion, I feel... She searches for the right word. Guilty, and more than that. Something else I can't quite put my finger on. Like I'm seeing Alex for the first time, but it's too late. Kira sets her coffee mug down. It's not too late if you're sincere, but you need to figure out if what you feel is truly for him or for the music he creates. Hazel grips her mug, the warmth seeping into her hands. I wish I knew how to separate the two. I keep hearing his compositions in my head, and they fill me with this emotion I can't describe. Is it him I love or the music? It's all so tangled. Untangle it, Kira says firmly, or at least try. Because if you give Alex false hope and then realise you only wanted the music, he'll never recover. The gravity of Kira's words sinks in. Hazel nods, her eyes clouded with worry. Thank you, she whispers. I know you're just trying to protect him. And maybe protect you too, Kira replies softly. She stands, finishing her coffee in one gulp, because heartbreak, in any direction, cuts deep. Across the city, rumblings of a major gala at Carnegie Hall start making their way through the classical music grapevine. It's an annual fundraiser featuring top-tier musicians, and rumour has it the organisers are desperate for a headlining performer with a fresh story. Hazel's scandal, ironically, makes her a compelling choice. Her potential comeback could grab headlines and sell tickets. That afternoon, the call comes in. An invitation to Hazel Warner to perform at the prestigious event. She's startled by the sudden opportunity. They want me, she blurts into the phone. After everything that happened? We believe in second chances, the event coordinator says diplomatically. This could be a triumphant return, and frankly, it's good for publicity. That last line stings, but Hazel forces a grateful tone. I'll do it. Thank you. I'll do whatever it takes to make it a success. The moment, she hangs up. Her heart flutters with both excitement and dread. She calls Alex, voice trembling. They've asked me to play at Carnegie Hall next month. It's huge, but I don't feel ready to stand on that stage alone. You can do it, Alex says, though she detects uncertainty in his words. We'll work twice as hard. I'll compose something new, something bold. But you have to trust yourself. She bites her lip. Actually, I want it to be your piece, front and centre, if you're willing. Something you've been working on. Something that means everything. She doesn't mention the old notebook, but the implication is there. I'll dedicate the performance to you. A pause. When he speaks again, Alex's voice sounds guardedly hopeful. I'll finish the composition. Meet me tomorrow at the apartment. The clock ticks relentlessly toward the gala date. Rehearsals intensify. Hazel pours every ounce of her being into the new composition Alex is finalising. The tension between them simmers, unspoken truths weaving into the notes. On the surface they're a formidable duo, a rising star seeking redemption, and a composer stepping out of the shadows. But under the veneer of professional collaboration, the old heartbeat of love flickers. One night after a grueling session, Hazel musters the courage to speak up. Alex, she begins, meeting his eyes. There's something I need to say. He lowers his hands from the piano keys. The expression on his face is caution mixed with yearning. What is it? She tries to form the words, but fear knots her stomach. I love you, she wants to say, but is it him, or is it the music? In the end, she can't force the confession, not yet. Thank you, she says instead, her voice trembling with intensity, for believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself, for writing what you write, for everything. His gaze lingers on her, vulnerability flickering. That's enough, for tonight. He stands to walk her out. The closeness between them as they walk down the hall is electric yet unclaimed. Outside, the city's neon haze bathes them in swirling colour. She longs to reach for him, to test if the connection she feels is real. But the swirl of confusion holds her back. They say goodnight at the curb. As Hazel steps into a waiting cab, she watches Alex disappear into the shadows of his building. She wonders if she'll ever find the words, or if she'll lose him just as she's finally beginning to see him. The gala day looms, a culminating crescendo, and neither Hazel nor Alex can predict whether the final chord will strike salvation, or heartbreak. Carnegie Hall stands regal under the city lights, a beacon of artistry and ambition. The night of the gala arrives, and Hazel Warner slips in through the stage door, violin case in hand, nerves jumping like frantic creatures inside her. Stagehands bustle about, directing performers, checking lights. The roar of an anticipatory audience seeps through the walls, a distant thunder that rattles Hazel's heart. Backstage, Alex sits at a piano bench, running through the final bars of his new composition one last time. The piece is raw and unfiltered, a reflection of everything he's carried for years, unrequited love, quiet devotion, and the heartbreak of being unseen. He glances up as Hazel approaches, her eyes flickering with both anxiety and determination. You ready? He asks softly, a note of sincerity in his voice. She exhales. Ready as I'll ever be. I want to play your music perfectly, not just to prove something to the world, but to show you that. I hear you. Finally. He nods, swallowing hard. No words come, but the moment is charged with a deeper understanding. They step onto the stage together. The hall's grand interior dazzles with chandeliers and plush red seats packed to capacity. Reporters, critics, and patrons crane their necks. The entire room crackles with the tension of this high-stakes performance. Hazel stands under the spotlight, violin at her chin. Alex takes his seat at the Steinway Grand. A hush settles, a collective inhale. Then, with a single nod, Hazel draws her bow across the strings, and the first note emerges, a trembling whisper that blossoms into a forceful lament. The composition sweeps from a plaintive melody to a fierce crescendo, each movement telling a story of regret, devotion, and redemption. As they play, Hazel feels the music flowing through her like a second heartbeat. She catches Alex's eye in fleeting moments, sensing that the lines between them, between composer and muse, between two hearts separated for too long, are dissolving. Midway through the performance, the emotion surges. The violin's cry echoes with raw intensity, and the audience leans in as though catching a confession. Hazel's vision blurs with tears she refuses to shed. She channels every ounce of feeling into the bow, her body trembling with the piece's climax. Alex's piano supports, guides, and complements every note, no longer just an accompaniment, but a duet of souls. When the final chord resolves, the silence is almost unbearable. Then thunderous applause erupts, sweeping the hall. Hazel lowers her violin, chest heaving. She searches for Alex amid the standing ovation, finds him gazing at her with a mix of awe and heartbreak. For a fleeting second, she wants to run to him, to fling her arms around him and say everything she's kept locked inside. But the curtain call pulls them both into formal bows. They step forward, and the applause crescendos, cameras flashing like frenzied fireflies. Backstage afterward, the chaos is immediate. Congratulations, interview requests, critics fawning. Hazel stumbles through it, her mind spinning. She wants to find Alex, but he's swallowed up by the crowd, ushered away by well-wishers. Someone thrusts a microphone at her, demanding a statement. Another tries to take her photograph. Over the din, she hears a familiar, contemptuous voice. "So, you found a new composer to sponge off, have you?" The voice stops her cold. Nate Caldwell, her ex-fiancé, emerges from the throng. His tailored suit and polished shoes shine under the harsh backstage lights. His smile is razor-sharp. "Brilliant performance, Hazel. Almost had me convinced you wrote that piece yourself." Hazel's blood runs cold. "I never claimed to write it," she hisses, stepping closer to keep the conversation private. "Alex composed it, as anyone who bothered to read the program would know." Nate chuckles, low and menacing. "Ah, but they'll still talk. Word around is that your dear Alex has been inspired by your old ideas. Maybe you fed him your scraps, then let him do the grunt work. I wonder which story the tabloids will run with." She clenches her teeth. "You can't poison this, Nate. Not this time." He raises an eyebrow. "Watch me." Before he can say more, Kira arrives, practically shoving him aside. "Move!" she snaps, her voice low. Then she turns to Hazel, ignoring Nate's predatory grin. "You okay?" Hazel's heart pounds. A swirl of anger and fear grips her. "I need to find Alex," she mutters. Kira nods, leading Hazel away from Nate's spiteful presence. They wind down a backstage corridor, where a few straggling stagehands and performers congratulate Hazel. She politely nods, but keeps moving, scanning for Alex. She spots him near a side exit, slipping away from the throng. Adrenaline surging, she rushes to him, catching his arm before he can disappear outside. He turns, surprise flickering across his face. "Hazel?" She breathes heavily. "What are you doing? Everyone's looking for you. There's a million congratulations to be had." The words tumble out, breathless. "I needed air," he explains, glancing toward the exit. "It's overwhelming." Hazel studies him for a moment. Is this about me? Or the composition? Or everything we haven't said? Alex's shoulders sag, a weary vulnerability. Part of me never believed this would happen, he admits. You, on stage, playing my music, applauded by so many people who once overlooked me. It's surreal. She places her violin case on the floor and steps closer. Then let it be real. Let this be the moment you finally acknowledge how extraordinary you are. He lowers his gaze. I can't help feeling like you're in love with the music, not the man behind it. The corridor feels like a quiet echo chamber, the muffled claps and chatter of the gala drifting from afar. Hazel lifts a trembling hand, brushes it against Alex's cheek. I won't lie. The music is a part of you, and it's what first spoke to me, even before I had the sense to listen. But over these past weeks, she hesitates, tears brimming. I realized it's you I see when the music stops. It's you I ache, for when I'm not holding my violin, I love what you create, but I love who you are more. Alex's breath catches, doubt wars with longing in his eyes. Hazel? She silences him by resting her forehead against his. A wave of relief washes through her as he leans into the contact. Then, with delicate care, she steps back just enough to meet his gaze. I'm sorry it took me this long. He closes his eyes, exhaling as though letting go of years of pent-up emotion. I've wanted to hear those words for so long. His voice is unsteady. I was convinced it'd never happen. Hazel smiles through her tears. If it's too late, tell me now. Instead of answering, Alex pulls her into a tentative hug. She melts against him, the shape of his arms around her feeling like the home she never knew she needed. The distant sound of applause continues behind them, but here, in this quiet hallway, they share a different symphony, a duet of hearts finally in tune. Kira appears at the end of the corridor, noticing their embrace. She steps back, a soft smile curving her lips. Quietly she slips away, letting them have their moment. Years later, Hazel Warner and Alex Peterson sit side by side in a high-ceilinged concert hall in Vienna. The stage is set for a performance, with spectators chatting excitedly in hushed tones. Hazel holds her violin, leaning into Alex with effortless intimacy. Their world tours have garnered both of them acclaim. Alex, once an overlooked pianist, is now recognized as a brilliant composer in his own right. Hazel, once disgraced, has risen from the ashes with the authenticity that only heartbreak and redemption can bring. A journalist from a European music magazine takes a seat beside them for a brief interview. Flipping through her notes, she looks at Hazel. You're known worldwide for your electrifying performances, but in your own words, what inspires you the most? Hazel glances at Alex, a gentle laugh escaping. Gentle, her. I used to think I played music for the entire world's approval, but I realise now I was always playing for him. She squeezes Alex's hand. And once I understood that, everything changed. The journalist turns to Alex. And you, Mr. Peterson? What's it like to compose for such a celebrated violinist, and to share more than just a stage? He offers a thoughtful smile. It's like having your heart walking round outside your body, weaving your notes into magic. There's nothing quite like it. The journalist jots down a few more comments, then leaves them with a warm goodbye. As the audience begins to fill in, Hazel and Alex steal a final moment of quiet. She leans her head on his shoulder. They step onto the stage together, a married couple now, and an even stronger musical partnership. The lights dim, and a hush falls over the audience. Alex takes his seat at the piano. Hazel positions the violin beneath her chin, meeting his eyes with a look that says, I hear you, always. The first note resonates through the hall, and it's clear to everyone listening that this music is born of two hearts that once ran parallel, never touching. Now, at last, they converge in perfect harmony, and somewhere, in the quiet corners of their souls, they remember the years of distance, the heartbreak, the unspoken dedications. For them, the journey wasn't just about reclaiming a career or proving a tabloid wrong. It was about finally discovering that what they truly needed was to recognise the love that had been in front of them all along. Patient, unwavering, ready to be embraced. They play on, each measure speaking of second chances and the beauty that comes from letting yourself be seen, not just in the glow of the stage lights, but in the silent dawn of everyday life. And as the music swells to its final chord, one truth stands above all else. Some compositions are written not just for the world, but for the one who finally hears your heart. What we renounced. The conference hall in Geneva smelled of filtered air and ambition. Outside, Lake Léman lay grey and impassive beneath October clouds, while inside 200 delegates debated the calculus of survival. How many calories per person per day? Which border crossings could remain open? Whether dignity could be quantified in metric tons of grain? Dr. Mira Curie had attended 17 such summits in the past decade. She knew the rhythm, the opening addresses thick with statistics, the breakout sessions where real decisions were made in euphemism, the late-night emails sent to camps where mothers queued for water with infants on their hips. She had learned not to expect transformation, only incremental mitigation. Hope was a luxury she had surgically excised somewhere between her second and third deployment. She was reviewing case files in the atrium when she heard his voice. Not the words. Those were diplomatic, measured, directed at a cluster of EU observers, but the timbre, the particular weight he gave to certain syllables, the pause before difficult truths. She knew that voice the way one knows the sound of rain on a childhood roof, not by conscious memory, but by the body's involuntary response. Mira did not turn immediately. She finished reading the paragraph about malnutrition rates in the eastern camps, closed the folder with deliberate care, and only then allowed herself to look. 13 years had carved new lines beside his eyes. His hair, once uniformly dark, now showed silver at the temples. He wore a suit that fit too well, the armour of someone who had learned to move in rooms where power was a language spoken in nods and strategic silences. But his hands, those were unchanged. Long fingers, a small scar on his left thumb from the time he'd helped her move medical supplies in the rain and dropped a crate on his own hand. Daniel Roth, the man who had chosen history over her and been right to do so, and broken her anyway. He saw her perhaps 2 seconds after she saw him. The recognition moved across his face like wind over water, a moment of absolute stillness followed by something she couldn't name. Not quite pleasure, not quite pain. The complicated relief of seeing someone who knows exactly how much you've survived. "Dr. Curie," he said, crossing the atrium with that same measured stride. "I didn't know you'd be attending." "Mr. Roth." She extended her hand. His grip was firm, professional, and lasted precisely 1 second longer than protocol required. "I wasn't certain you still involved yourself in field operations." A flicker of something, irony, regret, crossed his features. "I find I can't quite abandon old habits." They stood in the atrium's calculated light, surrounded by the hum of translated conversations and the soft click of laptop keys. 13 years compressed into the space between their bodies. 13 years since the border city, since the makeshift hospital, since the night he'd told her he was leaving for the capital, for politics, for the chance to change policy rather than simply witness its failures. She'd understood, even then, had even agreed, in the theoretical way one agrees that amputations sometimes save lives. Understanding didn't prevent the wound. "You look well," Daniel said, and she heard what he didn't say. You look like you survived. So do you, Mira replied, meaning, you look like success tastes exactly as bitter as you feared. The summit's architecture forced proximity. Mira served on the medical advisory panel. Daniel chaired the Intergovernmental Working Group on Food Security. Their meetings overlapped, their briefings converged, their recommendations required coordination. By the third day, they had fallen into an old rhythm, her clinical assessments complementing his strategic frameworks, her refusal to soften data balancing his need to find politically viable solutions. On the fourth evening, they found themselves sharing a car to a dinner with regional representatives. Rain streaked the windows. Geneva's streets glowed with wet light. "Do you remember," Daniel said quietly, "the night it rained in the camp? When the medical tent flooded and we moved everything to the administrative building?" Mira watched the city slide past. "I remember you carried 12 boxes of antibiotics on a sprained ankle and refused to admit you were injured. You noticed. I was a medical student. Noticing was my job. You were more than that." His reflection in the window met hers. "You saw things the rest of us had learned not to see." She didn't answer immediately. The silence between them had texture, weight. Finally, "I saw that you would leave. I was right about that." "Yes." No deflection, no defence. "You were." The dinner was interminable. Courses arriving with diplomatic precision, conversations circling the same territorial disputes, the same funding shortfalls, the same careful avoidance of the word failure. Mira sat 3 seats from Daniel and felt the distance like a physical ache. Twice their eyes met across the table. Once his hand moved toward his water glass at the same moment hers did, and they both stopped. The near collision somehow more intimate than touch. Later, much later, she found herself alone in the hotel lounge, too restless for sleep. She was reading incident reports when Daniel appeared, still in his dinner clothes, tie loosened. "May I?" He gestured to the chair across from hers. She nodded. They sat in silence for a long moment. Outside, the city's lights reflected on the lake, doubling themselves. "I kept your letter," Daniel said finally. "The one you wrote after I left." Mira's hand stilled on her tablet. "I never sent a letter." "I know. I found it in the medical tent after you'd been reassigned. It was in your handwriting, addressed to me unsealed. You must have set it down and forgotten it, or decided against sending it." He paused. "I've never..." "Read it." She felt something crack in her chest. 13 years, and you never... "I was afraid," he said simply. "Afraid it would confirm what I already knew. That I'd chosen wrong. That I'd sacrificed something irreplaceable for something merely important. And now? Now I know I was right to be afraid." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, hands clasped. "Mira, I've brokered treaties, prevented famines, moved millions of dollars of aid. I've done exactly what I set out to do. And not a day has passed when I didn't wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed." She should have been angry. Should have reminded him that wondering changed nothing, that good intentions were just another form of poverty, that she had built an entire life on the foundation of his absence. Instead, she heard herself say, "The letter wasn't what you think." What was it? It wasn't an accusation. It was... She searched for the right word. It was a release. I was giving you permission to leave, without guilt. Telling you that I understood, that I would be fine, that your work mattered more than my feelings. She met his eyes. "I was lying, of course, but it was a kind lie." "You were always kind," Daniel said softly, "even when kindness was the most expensive thing you owned." The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full of everything they hadn't said, hadn't allowed themselves to say. The air between them felt charged, magnetic. Mira was acutely aware of the distance between their chairs, less than 2 feet, more than an ocean. She was aware of his breathing, of the way his fingers had tightened on each other, of the small muscle working in his jaw. "I should go," she said, not moving. "Yes," Daniel agreed, staying precisely where he was. Neither of them moved. The moment stretched, taut and trembling. Then Daniel stood, slowly, and extended his hand to help her up. It was a gesture from another era, courtly and careful. She took his hand. He drew her to her feet. They stood closer than they'd stood since the day he left. Close enough that she could see the exact shade of his eyes. Not quite brown, not quite gold. That particular amber that had once seemed to her the colour of honesty. "Good night, Mira," he said, releasing her hand. "Good night, Daniel." She left first, feeling his gaze follow her to the elevator. In her room, she stood at the window for a long time, watching the lake, trying to remember why renunciation had once seemed noble rather than simply wasteful. The crisis came on the 7th day of the summit, during a closed session on resource allocation. Daniel presented the working group's final recommendations. On paper, they were brilliant. A graduated system that would stabilise food distribution across 17 camps, leveraging existing infrastructure while creating sustainable supply chains. It would save thousands of lives. It would also require closing 3 humanitarian corridors and consolidating resources in centralised distribution points. The vulnerable populations in the smaller, more remote camps would have to relocate or accept reduced provisions for a transitional period of 4 to 6 months. Mira listened to the presentation in mounting disbelief. When Daniel finished, she raised her hand. "Dr. Khoury," the moderator acknowledged, "I have a question about the transitional period." Her voice was calm, clinical. "Has the working group considered the medical implications of relocating populations that include acute malnutrition cases, untreated tuberculosis, and pregnant women in their 3rd trimester?" Daniel's expression didn't change. "We've factored in medical considerations. The relocation would be phased and supported." "Supported how? With what staff?" "The camps you're proposing to close house the medical personnel who've been treating those populations for years. The centralised points are already operating at capacity. The efficiencies gained from consolidation would free up resources in 4 to 6 months," Mira cut in. "What happens in month 2, month 3, when women miscarry because they're travelling in the back of trucks? When children die of entirely preventable infections because the clinic that knew their medical history no longer exists?" The room had gone very quiet. Daniel's jaw tightened. "Dr. Khoury, I understand your concerns, but the alternative is systematic collapse. If we don't consolidate now, there won't be any clinics in 6 months. Not in the remote camps, not anywhere." "That's a hypothesis," Mira said. "What I'm describing is a certainty. It's a calculated risk. It's a death sentence phrased in the passive voice." They stared at each other across the conference table. 13 years collapsed into nothing. They were back in the border city, back in the argument they'd had the night before he left. His conviction that systemic change required impossible choices. Her insistence that impossible choices had names and faces and medical histories. The moderator intervened, calling for a recess. Delegates filed out, murmuring. Mira gathered her materials with shaking hands. She was halfway to the door when Daniel caught up with her in the corridor. "Mira, please." "Don't." She turned on him. "Don't ask me to understand. I've spent 13 years understanding why you left, why you chose policy over people, why you convinced yourself that distance equals objectivity. I understood it all, Daniel. I forgave it all. But I will not watch you do it again." "This isn't the same," he said, and she could hear the desperation beneath his control. "Then I had a choice. Now I'm out of choices. The funding isn't there. The political will isn't there. If I don't propose this compromise, someone else will propose something worse. So you've absolved yourself before you've even acted. Mira's voice was cold now, surgically precise. How convenient. That's not fair. Fair? She laughed, a sound without joy. Daniel, you've built an entire career on being the reasonable one, the pragmatic one, the one who makes the hard choices so others don't have to. But there's a word for what you're doing, and it isn't pragmatism, it's cowardice. She saw the words land, saw him flinch. Good. She wanted him to flinch. She wanted him to feel something other than the terrible calm of the morally certain. You don't understand, he said quietly. You've never had to make these decisions. No, Mira agreed. I've only had to live with their consequences. I've held the children you decided weren't worth saving. I've told the mothers that yes, help is coming. Just hold on a little longer, knowing it was a lie. I've done the work you were too important to do. I know. His voice cracked just slightly. Mira, I know. Do you think I don't know? They stood in the corridor, close enough to touch, separated by everything that mattered. I'm withdrawing from the summit, Mira said. I won't lend my credibility to this. If you leave, it changes nothing. The policy will still pass. I know, she said, but I'll be able to live with myself. She walked away then, and didn't look back. In her hotel room, she packed methodically, checking flight options, composing her resignation email to the medical advisory board. Her hands were steady. She'd survived Daniel Roth once before. She could survive him again. What surprised her was how much it still hurt. How, after all these years, all this careful distance, the wound was exactly where she'd left it. 3 weeks later, Mira was in her apartment in Berlin when her phone rang. An unknown number. She almost didn't answer. Dr. Curie, it's Daniel Roth. She closed her eyes. How did you get this number? I asked someone who cared less about professional ethics than I should have. A pause. I'm in Berlin. The summit concluded yesterday. The policy passed, if you were wondering. I wasn't. A lie. She'd check the summit. Proceedings daily, hating herself for it. Could I see you? Just to talk. I'm flying out tomorrow morning. She should have said no. Should have told him that they'd said everything there was to say, that talk was just another form of postponement. Instead, where are you? The Adlon. But I can come to you if... No. Her apartment was too small, too personal. I'll come to you. Give me an hour. She dressed carefully, as if for surgery. Clean lines, dark colours, nothing that could be misinterpreted. On the U-Bahn, she practiced the things she would say. Calm things. Final things. The conversation that would let them both move on. The hotel lobby was all marble and muted gold. Daniel was waiting in one of the leather armchairs, still in his conference clothes, but somehow diminished, as if the past weeks had taken something from him. He stood when he saw her. Thank you for coming, he said. I wasn't sure you would. I wasn't sure either. They took the elevator in silence. His room was on the 7th floor, a suite with a view of the Brandenburg Gate. It was the kind of room where history was made in careful increments. Mira stood by the window, arms crossed, waiting. The policy you opposed, Daniel said from behind her. It was modified. Not enough, probably not nearly enough by your standards, but the transitional period was extended to 9 months. Additional mobile medical units were allocated, and there's a provision for emergency exceptions. Because I left? Because you were right. He moved closer, but not close enough to touch. And because enough other people were brave enough to say so. You started something when you walked out, Mira. You made it possible for others to object. That's a political answer, she said. I asked you for the truth. The truth is that I spent 3 weeks defending a policy I didn't believe in, because I was too afraid to admit I was wrong. The truth is that I've spent 13 years making pragmatic compromises and calling it wisdom. The truth is, his voice faltered, the truth is that I left you once because I thought I could do more good without you than with you, and I've regretted it every single day since. Mira turned to face him. Don't do this. Don't do what? Don't rewrite history because you're lonely. Don't turn this into a romance because you've had a crisis of conscience. Her voice was fierce, protective of something she couldn't name. You made the right choice, Daniel. You've saved lives. You've changed policy. Everything you've done has mattered. And what if it wasn't enough? He stepped closer. What if I saved thousands and lost the one thing that made me human? Stop. She held up a hand. Just stop. I've survived you once. I've built a life. A good life. I don't need you to validate it or complicate it or... I love you, he said. The words fell into the space between them like stones into deep water. Mira stood very still. I've always loved you, Daniel continued, quieter now. I loved you when I left. I loved you when I didn't read your letter. I loved you in every meeting, every negotiation, every time I made a choice that required me to forget what it felt like to be fully human. And I know that saying it now after all this time is unfair and selfish and probably too late. But I'm tired, Mira. I'm tired of choosing the world over the person I love. You can't, she whispered. You can't do this. You can't just... I know I have no right. But I need you to know that it wasn't lack of love that made me leave. It was having too much love and no faith that I deserved to keep it. Mira felt something breaking in her chest, something she'd sealed over years ago with scar tissue and deliberate amnesia. And what do you want from me now? Forgiveness. Permission. I want... He stopped, struggling for words. I want one moment where I don't choose duty over desire, where I don't calculate costs and benefits, where I just... He reached for her hand slowly, giving her time to pull away. She didn't. Where I just choose you. His thumb traced a small circle on her palm. Such a tiny gesture. 13 years of longing compressed into that small, repetitive motion. Daniel, she said, and his name in her mouth felt like coming home and burning alive all at once. This won't fix anything. I know. It won't change the policy or the past or the fact that you'll leave again because that's who you are. I know. And I can't promise you anything. I can't promise I won't regret this tomorrow, or hate you for making me feel this again, or... He kissed her. Not frantically, not desperately. Slowly, carefully, with the reverence of someone touching something they'd believed forever lost. His hand cupped her face, thumb brushing her cheekbone. She tasted salt and didn't know if it was from his tears or hers. When they broke apart, she was shaking. I never stopped, she said against his mouth. I never stopped loving you, and I hated myself for it. And I still... I know, he breathed. I know. He kissed her again, deeper this time, and she felt 13 years of careful distance collapse into hunger. Her fingers found his tie, loosened it with trembling hands. He made a sound low in his throat when she pulled it free, when her hands moved to his collar. Each button she opened felt like a confession. They moved to the bed, not with passion, but with something older, more fundamental. Permission. Witness. The acknowledgement that some hungers survive on denial but die from starvation. Daniel's hands found the zipper at the back of her dress. He drew it down so slowly she thought she might shatter from anticipation. The fabric whispered as it fell away. His fingers traced the line of her spine, each vertebra a point of contact that made her breath catch. When he reached the small of her back, he pressed his palm there, spanning the width of her, and she felt claimed in a way that had nothing to do with possession and everything to do with recognition. You're shaking, he said softly. So are you. He was. She could feel it in his hands as he touched her, could see it in the tight control of his breathing. She reached for him, fingers working the buttons of his shirt with more urgency now. She needed to see him, needed to map the ways time had changed him. needed proof that this was real. When his shirt fell away, she saw that he'd lost weight, the ribs too prominent, the collarbones sharp, evidence of the ways he'd been consuming himself. She pressed her lips to his sternum, tasted salt and the faint bitterness of hotel soap. He shuddered, hands tightening on her waist. Mira. Her name was a question and an answer all at once. She traced kisses along the ridge of his collarbone, felt his breath stop entirely. His hands moved to her waist, thumbs pressing into the curve there with delicious pressure. She remembered this, the way he always held her as if she might dissolve, as if touch required absolute attention. Slowly, she said, though she wasn't sure if she was speaking to him or to herself. He nodded, but his hands were already moving with aching deliberation. When he lowered his head to kiss the hollow of her neck, she arched into him, a sound escaping her that was half plea, half surrender. They finished undressing with the focused intensity of ritual. Each garment removed revealed new territory to be explored, remembered, worshipped. His gaze moved over her with such raw need that she felt it like a physical touch. He reached for her, then stopped, hands hovering. "Can I?" "Yes," she breathed. "Please, yes." His touch was reverent, exploratory, relearning the landscape of her body. She gasped, head falling back, and he took advantage, mouth finding the curve of her neck, teeth grazing skin that had forgotten this particular electricity. They had undressed with trembling urgency, the last barriers falling away with a gracelessness that made it all the more intimate. She loved him for it, for the crack in his careful control, for being human enough to be desperate. When they were finally skin to skin, the contact was almost overwhelming. She pressed against him, and the heat between them was staggering. The evidence of his desire sent warmth flooding through her entire body. His response to her touch was immediate, visceral, a groan that was the most honest sound she'd ever heard. "Mira, if you... I won't... I know," she said softly. "Bed," he managed. "Now." They fell onto the mattress in a tangle of limbs, all pretense of patience abandoned. He covered her body with his, and she welcomed the weight, the delicious pressure of him against her, his presence, his warmth, the solid reality of him. It was everything she'd been starving for. "I want to know you again," he said against her ear, voice rough, "every part of you." "Yes," she said, though she wasn't sure she could survive the intensity of it. He kissed a slow path down her body, lingering at her neck, her collarbone, moving to her ribs, her navel, the sensitive skin of her hip bones. Every touch was deliberate, worshipful, as if he were memorizing her all over again. When his touch found her centre, she cried out, hands fisting in the sheets. He was methodical, thorough, learning her responses with the same focused attention he brought to everything. When he found the rhythm that made her hips lift helplessly, he stayed there, building sensation with devastating patience. She felt it gathering, that bright tension spiraling tighter. Her hands found his hair, and he made a satisfied sound that vibrated through her entire body. The pleasure built and built until she shattered, back-arching, a sound torn from her throat that was his name and a prayer and pure sensation. He gentled her through it, kissing her hip, her ribs, working his way back up her trembling body. When he reached her mouth, she felt desire spike, again, impossibly. "I need you," she whispered, "all of you." The moment of preparation was tender, fumbling, beautifully human. The vulnerability of it, the awkward necessities, somehow made it more intimate. When he settled between her thighs again, she wrapped her legs around him. He moved slowly, carefully, giving them both time to adjust, to remember this particular joining. They both went still, breathing together, overwhelmed. 13 years, he said, voice breaking. 13 years I've wanted this. I know, she whispered. I know. He began to move, and it was everything and not enough. The heat of skin on skin, the building rhythm, the way their bodies remembered how to move together even after all this time. She met him completely, holding him close, leaving marks she hoped would last for days. The pleasure built differently this time, slower, deeper, a tide rather than a wave. She felt it in every nerve, every cell, a recognition that went beyond physical, sensation. This was what she'd been missing. Not just desire, but this. Being known completely, being chosen, being held as if she mattered more than anything. Look at me, Daniel said, and she opened her eyes, met his gaze. The intimacy of it, seeing him seeing her in this moment of absolute vulnerability, nearly undid her. Don't stop, she pleaded. Please don't stop. Never, he promised, and shifted, finding an angle that made stars explode behind her eyes. Is that? Yes, yes, perfect. He moved with renewed purpose, and she felt herself climbing again, higher this time, everything in her body straining toward release. When it came, she cried out, a sound he caught with his mouth, kissing her through the waves of sensation that seemed endless. She felt him follow moments later, the tension in every muscle, the way he buried his face in her neck and groaned her name like a man saved or damned. She couldn't tell which. His body shuddered, and she held him through it, hands gentle on his back, whispering words that had no meaning beyond comfort. Afterwards they lay tangled in sheets that smelled of hotel lavender, and them not speaking. His hand rested on her hip, thumb making those same small circles, her head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat slow from gallop to canter to something approaching normal. She felt marked by him, not just physically, but something deeper, as if the past 13 years had been provisional, and this was the signature that made them real. I don't know what happens now, Daniel said finally. Nothing, Mira replied. Everything. I don't know either. I can't promise I'll be better at this. At choosing. I know. She lifted her head to look at him. And I can't promise I'll forgive you the next time you choose duty over us. But maybe. She hesitated. Maybe love doesn't have to be all or nothing. Maybe it can just be what it is. Which is? This, she said simply. Right now. True. He pulled her closer, buried his face in her hair. I'll take it, he whispered. However much you can give, I'll take it. They fell asleep as the city lights came on outside, two bodies finally at rest after years of running from the same wound. Mira woke alone. For one terrible moment she thought he'd left, that the night had been a dream or a mistake or both. Then she heard water running in the bathroom, heard him humming something tuneless. The relief was disproportionate, embarrassing. She found her clothes, dressed quickly. When Daniel emerged, hair damp, shirt half buttoned, he stopped at the sight of her. You're leaving, he said. I have a clinic in 3 hours. Right, of course. He didn't move to stop her. Mira, last night was last night, she said gently. We don't have to define it. I want to see you again. You will. The world is small and we're both stubborn. She crossed to him, rose on her toes to kiss him softly. But Daniel, don't make promises you can't keep. Don't tell me you'll change your life for this. Just, she touched his face. Just let it be what it is. And what is it? Real, she said. That's enough. She left before he could argue, before either of them could complicate the simplicity they'd found. In the taxi, she watched Berlin slide past and felt something loosening in her chest. Not happiness exactly, but possibility, the acknowledgement that renunciation wasn't the only form of honour. 6 months passed. They didn't speak every day. Sometimes weeks went by with only brief emails, updates on projects, articles shared, the small gestures of continued presence. Mira treated her patients, published papers, mentored new doctors. Daniel brokered agreements, testified before committees, slowly and carefully built coalitions for the modified policy she'd opposed. And sometimes, not often, but enough, they found themselves in the same city, Geneva, Berlin, once Brussels, where they spent a single night in a hotel near the European Parliament talking until dawn about everything except whether what they had could be called a future. It was Daniel who proposed the clinic. "There's funding available," he said during one of their rare phone calls, "for a medical centre in one of the consolidated camps. It could be your design, your staffing model. I could help navigate the bureaucracy, but it would be yours." "Why?" Mira asked, suspicious of grand gestures. "Because you were right," he said simply, "about the cost of consolidation, about the need for local expertise, about—" he paused. "About most things, actually." She laughed, surprised. "Most things? You were wrong about one thing." "What's that?" "You said I would leave again because that's who I am." His voice was quiet, serious. "But I'm trying to learn that leaving and choosing aren't the same thing. That maybe I can do the work and love you too. That maybe—" He took a breath. "Maybe renunciation isn't the only path to doing good." Mira sat with that for a long moment. Outside her apartment window, Berlin was settling into evening. "The clinic," she said finally. "Tell me more about the funding." They designed it together over the next 3 months. Video calls at odd hours, shared documents filled with their competing annotations, occasional arguments about staffing ratios that somehow always ended in laughter. When the clinic opened, a modest building with clean lines and solar panels, named simply the Community Medical Centre, with both their names listed as advisors on a small plaque by the door. Mira stood in the doorway and felt something she'd almost forgotten. Hope that wasn't naive, but earned. Daniel couldn't attend the opening. He was testifying in The Hague about humanitarian corridor protections, but he sent a message that Mira read alone in her new office. "Thank you for letting me choose this. Choose you. Choose both." She folded the message into her wallet next to a photograph of the clinic, next to a 13-year-old letter she'd finally asked him to return, still unsealed. That evening she called him. He answered on the second ring, sounding exhausted. "How did the testimony go?" she asked. "Brutal, necessary, the usual." She heard him shifting, could picture him loosening his tie. "How was the opening?" "Perfect. You would have hated the speeches," he laughed. "Probably. Mira." "I know," she said softly. "I know." "Do you?" "Because I'm not sure I've said it clearly enough. What you've built, what we've built, it matters more than anything I've done alone. You make me better, not just at the work, but at being—" He struggled for the word. "Human," she supplied. "Yes, that." They talked for another hour, about nothing and everything. When they finally said goodbye, Mira stood at her window watching the camp settle into evening, lights coming on in tents, children's voices raised in some game, the ordinary evidence of life persisting. She thought about Daniel in his hotel, room in The Hague, about the distance between them and the closeness that distance could no longer diminish. She thought about renunciation and how it had seemed, once, like the highest form of love. How wrong that had been, how much they'd lost believing it, but also how much they'd found in finally letting go. Love, she understood now, wasn't about choosing the world or the person. It was about allowing both to exist, to inform each other, to make demands that sometimes conflicted and sometimes aligned. It was about being brave enough to want something beyond duty, and wise enough to know that wanting didn't diminish the duty. It made it matter more. Her phone chimed. A message from Daniel. "When you're next in Geneva, I have something for you." "What is it?" she wrote back. "Time," he replied. Just time. Mira smiled. Outside, the stars were beginning to emerge. Inside, she felt something unfurling in her chest. Not the wild hope of youth, but something steadier. The knowledge that what they'd renounced hadn't died, had only been waiting, and that what bloomed from waiting might be more resilient than anything that came easy. She wrote back, "I'll be there in 3 weeks." His response was immediate, "I'll be waiting." And for the first time in 13 years, Mira believed that waiting might finally lead to arrival. Not to a perfect ending, but to something better. A beginning that knew its own cost and chose itself anyway. Outside, the camp settled into the particular peace of evening. Inside, Mira closed her laptop and allowed herself just for a moment to imagine 3 weeks from now. Daniel's hand in hers. Time that belonged to them alone. The possibility of tomorrow. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. Ashes over Valparaíso. The city did not announce it. There was no single tremor, no dramatic rupture in the earth. There was only a slow, grinding pressure, something Valparaíso had carried beneath its skin for decades without admitting. And then, on a Tuesday in March, the pressure found its mouth and breathed. Julie didn't feel the first movement. She was on the hill above Cerro Alegre, photographing a woman hanging laundry between 2 eucalyptus trees, and the shutter closed just as the ground exhaled beneath her. She lowered the camera, listened. Nothing. Only the wind off the Pacific and the distant hum of a city waking. She did not know then that the hum would stop. By morning, ash was falling. Not the ash of drama, not the black cinematic columns she had photographed in Indonesia, in Iceland, in the aftermath of California. This was quieter. A fine grey dust, almost sweet, drifting down through the air the way snow falls in a city that has never seen snow. It settled on rooftops, on cafe chairs, on the shoulders of men walking too slowly to work. The funiculars stalled mid-slope, their cables humming once and going silent. Power flickered in the lower districts. The port which had fed the city for 2 centuries began to empty. Julie noticed the smell first. Sulphur beneath something else, something almost floral, like sugar burning at very high heat. She noticed, and she lifted her camera, and she did what she had done in every disaster since she was 22. She framed it. Through the viewfinder, Valparaíso became a charcoal drawing of itself. She'd been in the city 11 days. 11 days was enough to learn the rhythm of the light, the way the hills swallowed sound in the evening, the particular blue of the harbour at dawn. It was not enough to learn the city's name for itself, the private language it spoke when no one was listening. Julie had not come for that. She had come for the light, for the assignment, for the 2 weeks she could carve from a life built on motion. She travelled with 2 cameras and a duffel bag and no emotional luggage, and this was not a pose. It was architecture. It was how she had built herself after the years that had required building. Her wound, though she would not have called it that, was impermanence mistaken for freedom. She'd spent a decade convincing herself they were the same thing. Most days the convincing held. She spent the morning shooting, ash on her child's shoe. A shopkeeper pulling metal shutters closed with the careful finality of a man locking a room he will never enter again. 2 dogs sitting in the street, perfectly still, as though they understood something the humans did not. The radio in her rental room crackled with instructions she only half followed. Evacuation routes, shelter locations, the calm synthetic voice of emergency repeating itself like a prayer no one believed. By afternoon, the ash was thick enough to taste. The bakery was on a side street in the lower district, wedged between a shuttered pharmacy and a building whose facade had gone the colour of wet cement. Julie found it by accident, or by the body's older intelligence. the one that follows warmth and light when the mind has stopped paying attention. She'd been walking for 2 hours through streets that were emptying, and the ash had begun to make her eyes sting, and visibility had narrowed to a grey radius of 30 metres. She turned a corner and there it was. A door, open, a window, lit, and from somewhere inside the smell of bread, not the sweetness of sugar, but the deep, yeasty warmth of something alive, rising. She stood in the doorway for a moment, breathing. The man behind the counter did not look up immediately. He was working dough on a flour-dusted board, his hands moving with a rhythm so practiced it seemed less like labour than like breathing. Push, fold, turn. The radio on the shelf behind him murmured, in Spanish, the signal crackling in and out as though the city's voice was failing. The ovens glowed faintly behind their iron doors. The air was warm in a way that felt almost shocking after the grey cold outside. When he did look up, his face carried no surprise. He had the face of a man who had seen many things walk through his door and had learned not to flinch at any of them. "Come in," he said. Not an invitation exactly. A statement of fact. The way one might say the door is open or the rain has stopped. Julie came in. She closed the door behind her, and the sound of the city, the distant sirens, the hiss of ash on stone, diminished to almost nothing. His name was Tomas. She learned this later, and only because she asked. He did not volunteer information about himself the way some people do, filling silence with autobiography. He simply occupied his space and let the space speak for itself. The bakery had been his family's for 3 generations. His grandfather had built the ovens. His father had expanded the back room. Tomas had done neither. He had only continued, which is its own form of devotion. He woke at 4 in the morning because the dough required it. He closed the shop at 2 in the afternoon because the bread required it. The rhythm of his life was not chosen so much as inherited, the way a river inherits its course from the landscape. When the evacuation orders came, too late, as they always do, he locked the doors, not in denial, in habit. Because locking the doors at the end of the day was what one did, and habit is the deepest form of loyalty, and loyalty to this place was the only religion he had ever practiced. By the time the ash thickened enough to make visibility impossible, Mara understood she would not make it back to her hotel. The streets had become a grey maze, landmarks swallowed, every corner identical. She had tried to leave twice, stood in the doorway, camera bag over her shoulder, breathing shallowly, through the scarf she'd wrapped around her face, and both times had turned back after 30 metres, the world erasing itself around her. Tomas watched this without comment. When she came back the second time, he simply moved a stool closer to the ovens and gestured to it. The gesture said, "You will stay," not an invitation, a recognition of necessity. She stayed. They did not speak much that first evening. There was no need. The bakery held them both the way a hand holds water, not grasping, just cupped, containing. Julie sat on a wooden stool near the counter and cleaned ash from her lenses, methodical and precise, even though there was no one left to send the photographs to. Tomas baked, not to sell. There was no one to sell to. He baked because the ovens were warm and the flour was there, and because the act of making something from nothing, from heat and grain and time, was the only argument against despair he had ever needed. The radio crackled. A voice said, something about helicopters. Another voice contradicted it. The signal died and returned and died again. Outside, ash continued to fall. The street lamp flickered once and went dark. The city was becoming something else, something quieter, something that did not yet have a name. Julie listened to the radio without hearing it. She was watching Tomas's hands on the dough, and something in her, not yet conscious, not yet admitted, was paying very close attention. The days that followed had the quality of a held breath. They established a routine without discussing it, the way two people in a small space always do, out of necessity at first, then out of something gentler. He baked in the mornings. She helped, clumsily at first, then with increasing competence. He showed her how to knead, not with the wrist, he said, but with the weight of the whole arm, letting gravity do the work. Force breaks it, he told her. Weight makes it smooth. His hands guided hers once briefly, and the contact was practical and over quickly, but something in the air shifted afterward, the way a room shifts when someone opens a window. She cleaned ash from her lenses in the afternoons, even though the photographs meant nothing now. Habit. The same habit that kept him baking. She arranged the shots on the small screen of her camera, ash on eucalyptus leaves, a shuttered storefront, the grey light over the harbour, and studied them as though they were evidence of something she could not yet name. They rationed water. They kept candles burning in old wine bottles whose labels had faded to illegibility. Flour dust ghosted the floor in pale footprints, theirs overlapping, and neither of them swept it away. The smell of bread cut through the sulphur the way a single clear note cuts through static. It was, Julie thought, the smell of the body remembering it was still alive. On the third day she photographed his hands. She didn't plan it. She was sitting at the counter, the camera in her lap out of habit, and he was shaping a loaf, turning it gently, tucking the edges under, his fingers moving with such unconscious grace that she raised the camera before she knew she had decided to. The shutter closed. She lowered it. He had not noticed. He was looking at the dough, and his face held the expression of a man listening to something only he could hear. She looked at the image on the screen. His hands against the pale wood of the board, dusted white with flour, the tendons visible beneath the skin, the knuckles slightly rough. They were not beautiful hands in any conventional sense. They were working hands, marked by years of heat and repetition. But there was something in them, some quality of attention, of care, that made her want to look at them for a long time. She did not show him the photograph. It was not for him, it was for her. A record of something she was not yet ready to put into words, kept safe in the amber of an image the way one might press a flower between the pages of a book. Conversation, when it came, stayed close to the ground. He told her about the street where he had grown up. 3 blocks from here, now buried under ash. He told her about his father's hands, which had looked like his own, and his grandfather's, which had looked like his father's. She told him about the light in Kyoto in November, which was the colour of old honey. She told him about a storm in Portugal that had lasted 4 days, and during which she had not slept, and had felt for the first time genuinely afraid. They did not speak of the future. There was no future to speak of. Only this room, this warmth, this bread cooling on the rack. They did not make promises or hypotheticals. They only described what was, which turned out to be enough. At night, when the radio finally went silent and the ash pressed against the windows like something trying to get in, they sat on opposite sides of the small room and listened to the city, breathing its strange new breath. The hills glowed faintly, a dull red beneath the grey, and the air carried heat from somewhere deep underground. She learned, in those evenings, that he had once considered leaving. Not for another city, for another life. A cousin had written from Barcelona when Tomás was 19, describing a world of noise and possibility and escape. He had held the letter for 3 days. Then he had set it down on the counter, next to a loaf he was shaping, and watched the dough rise and understood that what he wanted was not elsewhere. It was this, the particular alchemy of heat and patience, the way flour and water and time could become something that sustained another person. He had not written back. She told him, in return, about the first photograph she had ever taken that frightened her. A woman in a refugee camp holding a child, looking directly into the lens. The directness of it, the refusal to be observed without being seen, had stayed with Julie for years, had made her, without her realising it, afraid of being looked at the way she looked at others, afraid that if someone saw her with that same unflinching attention, they would see something she had spent years learning to hide. Neither of them spoke after that for a long time, and the silence was not empty but full of everything they were both aware of and neither was willing yet to say. On the fourth evening, the power came back for exactly 40 minutes. The single overhead bulb in the bakery flickered to life, and for a moment the room was ordinary. Just a bakery, just flour and ovens and a wooden counter worn smooth by decades of hands. Then Julie looked up and saw Tomaz in full light for the first time, and something in her chest tightened in a way that had nothing to do with the ash, or the altitude, or the fear. He was not a handsome man, in the way that word is usually meant. His face was angular, slightly asymmetrical, marked by years of early mornings and wood smoke. But there was a quality to it, a stillness, a depth, that made her want to look at him the way she looked at landscapes she loved. Not to possess them, simply to witness them, to be present to the fact of their existence. The power died again. The candles resumed their unsteady vigil. Neither of them mentioned it. On the fifth day the tremors worsened. The shelves rattled. Jars of preserves walked themselves to the edges of their shelves and fell. The ovens groaned. Each time the ground moved, they braced, hands on the counter or on the wall, or once instinctively on each other. That first time, his hand closed over hers on the edge of the counter as the floor lurched beneath them. The grip was firm and brief and entirely practical. When the tremor passed, neither of them moved away immediately. The contact lasted perhaps 2 seconds longer than it needed to. They did not comment on it. But something had shifted. Something that had been building, quietly, the way pressure builds beneath a city, had found its first small crack. She began to notice things she had not noticed before, or had noticed without admitting. The way he moved through the kitchen with an economy of motion that was almost musical, each gesture precise and purposeful. The way he listened, not with his face, which stayed mostly still, but with his whole body, which turned slightly toward the speaker, as though receiving a signal. The particular quality of his attention when he watched her work, not intrusive, not appraising, simply present, as though she were something worth watching, as though the act of watching were itself a form of care. He, for his part, noticed how carefully she listened, how when he spoke, which was not often, she did not rush to fill the silence afterward, but let his words settle, the way one lets dust settle before looking at a surface. He noticed that she was quieter than he had first thought, and that the quietness was not withdrawal but depth. He noticed her hands, which moved with the same precision as his own, though in service of a different craft. Desire in both of them remained unnamed. But it was fully awake. It moved through the bakery like heat moves through bread, invisible, necessary, transforming everything it touched. On the 6th night she stopped taking pictures. She'd been shooting all day. The ash on the windowsill, the way the light came through the glass in a single grey column, the flour dust suspended in the air like a slow explosion. She'd been shooting because it was what she did, because the camera was an extension of her attention, because framing the world through a lens was the way she had learned to bear it. But that evening she set the camera down on the counter and did not pick it up again. She sat for a long time afterward, looking at nothing in particular, and something in her face changed. A loosening, as though a muscle she'd been holding taut for years had finally let go. Tomas watched this happen from across the room and said nothing, because there was nothing to say. Some things can only be witnessed, Some moments, she thought, are ruined by preservation. The thought arrived fully formed, as though it had been waiting. She looked at her hands, empty now for the first time in years, and felt something that was not quite grief and not quite relief, but something between the two, something that had no name in any language she spoke. This was the fracture between them, though they did not know it yet. Not a fracture in their connection, the opposite. A fracture in the walls they had each built to keep connection at a distance. She had built hers out of images, out of frames, out of the careful distance between the eye and the thing observed. He had built his out of routine, out of repetition, out of the conviction that continuity was the same as safety. She understood, sitting there in the grey light, that staying meant choosing an ending, that every moment she spent in this bakery, breathing this air, watching this man move through his inherited life, every moment was a moment she could not take with her, could not frame, could not preserve, could not carry away into the next city, the next assignment, the next carefully maintained distance. He understood, watching her face change, that leaving would hollow him out, that something had taken root here, not in the building, which would not survive another week, but in him, in the particular way this woman occupied space, in the way she listened, in the way she had, without meaning to, made the act of simply being alive feel like something worth doing. Longing turned dangerous, not because it was intense, though it was, but because it was honest. And honesty, in both of them, was the most dangerous thing of all. On the 7th morning, the hill above the bakery split. The sound was not loud, not the roar she might have expected. It was a deep, grinding exhalation, like the earth clearing its throat. The building shook for a long time afterward. Dust fell from the ceiling in fine curtains. A crack appeared in the back wall, running from floor to ceiling like a vein of dark blood. Thomas looked at it for a long time. Then he looked at Julie. Neither of them said anything. There was nothing to say. The building would not last another day. They both knew it. The knowledge settled between them like the ash itself, quietly, inevitably, without drama. They ate the last loaf together that evening. He had baked it that morning, as he had baked every morning, because the ovens were still warm and the flour was still there, and because some devotions do not stop simply because the temple is failing. The loaf was dense and dark. The crust cracked where the heat had escaped, and it was the best bread Julie had ever tasted, though she could not have said why. Perhaps it was the hunger. Perhaps it was the knowledge that this was the last one. Perhaps it was that she was eating it in the company of the man who had made it, and that the making and the eating and the company were all, in some way she could not articulate, the same act. They tore it by hand, no knife. Crumbs scattered across the counter like ash, like snow, like the remains of something that had been whole. The kiss, when it came, was not sudden. It didn't arrive in panic, or in the desperate, clutching manner of people who sense the end approaching and want to outrun it. It did not arrive as defiance, not as a gesture against the dark, not as a rebellion against the grinding weight of what was happening outside. It arrived as a decision. They were sitting close together on the floor behind the counter, backs against the wall, shoulders almost touching. The candle in its wine bottle threw uneven light across the flour-dusted boards. The radio had been silent for hours. Outside, the city was exhaling heat and ruin, and the hills glowed their dull arterial red, and the ash fell and fell and fell. Julie turned her head. Thomas was already looking at her. His face in the candlelight was very still, very open. The face of a man who has decided to stop holding something back and who understands exactly what that costs. She moved first, or he did. Later, neither of them could say with certainty. It didn't matter. What mattered was the slowness of it. the deliberate, unhurried closing of the distance between them, as though they had all the time in the world, as though time itself had agreed to wait. His mouth against hers was warm and tasted of bread and dust. The kiss was not tentative. It was not exploratory in the way that first kisses often are, not a question, not a test. It was a statement, a quiet, certain statement, made without words that said, "I see you. I have seen you. This is what that means." They moved closer not to escape what was coming, but to meet it. Clothing was removed with care, not torn away in urgency, but folded aside, set down, the way one handles something that has mattered. His hands on her were reverent in a way that surprised her, not reverent as in worship, but reverent as in attentive, as though every part of her was worth noticing, as though the act of touching her was something he wanted to do slowly, thoroughly, with his full attention, the way he shaped bread, with weight, not force, letting the thing become what it wanted to become. She yielded not out of need, though need was there, deep, physical, the body's oldest hunger finally given permission. She yielded out of choice, out of the same quiet decision that had brought them together in the first place. The decision to stop framing, stop preserving, stop holding the world at arm's length through a lens. The decision to be, for once, entirely present, entirely here, entirely touched. In the darkness behind the counter, where the candlelight barely reached, his hands moved over her, with infinite care. Not searching. He was not searching for anything. He was simply learning. The geography of her. The particular warmth of her skin, which was different from the warmth of the ovens and different from the warmth of the bread, and was its own warmth entirely. A warmth that had nothing to do with heat, and everything to do with life. He touched her the way one touches something precious and mortal, with the full knowledge that it will not last, and with the determination to know it completely while it does. She lay in a kind of stillness that was not passivity but its opposite, a deep, active surrender, the way a river surrenders to its course, not giving up, giving in, trusting the current to carry her somewhere she had not been before. When they came together, it was without urgency and without performance. It was the simplest possible thing, two bodies finding the shape that fit, the way two pieces of a broken thing find each other again. There was warmth, and there was darkness, and there was the sound of breathing, and there was the slow, rhythmic movement that is the oldest language the body knows, and beneath it all, beneath everything, a stillness, a peace. Afterward they lay together in the quiet, his arm across her waist, her head against his shoulder. The candle guttered and recovered and guttered again. The building creaked around them, the small, patient sounds of a structure settling into its final hours. Neither of them spoke. There was nothing to say that the silence did not already contain. This intimacy did not transform them into something new. It made them something complete. Love, in this room, in this city, in this particular hour of ash and warmth and failing light, was not a promise. It was not a beginning. It was an acceptance, full, clear-eyed, without illusion. An acceptance of what was, of what had been, of what this was worth, measured not in duration but in depth. Enough. It was enough. At dawn the helicopters came. The sound reached them before the light did. A distant mechanical thudding that grew louder and more real as the grey morning assembled itself outside the cracked windows. They heard the megaphone first, a voice, amplified and impersonal, repeating coordinates. A rescue team, the lower districts. They were to come to the designated point if they were able. Julie rose first. She dressed in the half-light, moving quietly, and when she turned back, Thomas was already sitting up, watching her with an expression she would carry with her for the rest of her life. Not sadness exactly, though sadness was part of it. something more complex, something that contained sadness and gratitude and a kind of terrible lucidity, all at once. They did not argue, they didn't dramatize. There was no scene, no desperate embrace, no declaration, no bargaining with fate. They had already said everything that needed saying, and they had said it not with words but with the full weight of their presence, which is the only currency that cannot be counterfeited. She would leave. He would stay. Not because he could not go. He could, physically, if he chose. But because leaving would be a lie. Because this place held every version of himself that had ever mattered, and the ash could bury it but could not erase it. And to walk away from it now would be to walk away from the thing that made him real. He had built his life here, generation by generation, layer by layer, the way the city itself had been built, not with grand gestures but with daily devotion, repeated until it became indistinguishable from love. She would leave because staying would be a different kind of lie, because she was not a woman who stayed, not yet, not in the way that mattered, and to pretend otherwise, to perform permanence she had not yet learned, would dishonour what had actually happened here. What had actually happened here was enough. It did not need to be more than it was. They understood each other perfectly. This was perhaps the most extraordinary thing about them. Not the desire, which was real and deep, but the understanding. The way they read each other without effort. The way a sentence can be understood before it is finished, simply by knowing the shape of the speaker's mouth. She found the photograph later, weeks later, in a temporary shelter in Santiago, going through the images on her recovered hard drive. She had not known it survived. The camera had been in her duffel bag when the building finally came down, and the duffel bag had been pulled from the rubble by a rescue worker who had no way of knowing what it contained. The image was from the 4th day. She remembered taking it now, remembered lifting the camera almost without thinking, the way one lifts a hand to shield one's eyes from sudden light. The bakery interior seen from the doorway, bread cooling on the wooden rack, the loaves dark and domed, ash light coming through, the single window, flat and silver, falling across the counter in a pale rectangle. And on the floor 2 shadows, hers and his, overlapping where they had stood close together, close enough that the light could not tell them apart. She looked at it for a long time. It was not a beautiful photograph by any technical standard. The light was wrong. The composition was accidental. There was nothing in it that a gallery would have hung, or a magazine would have published. But it was true. It was the truest thing she had ever shot. Truer than the disasters, truer than the war zones, truer than anything she had framed in 10 years of careful, guarded, expertly composed distance. 2 shadows on a floor, bread on a table, light through ash, a record of warmth in a city going cold, a record of 2 people who had touched each other, not just with hands, but with the full weight of their presence, in a room that no longer existed, on a day that belonged now only to memory. She saved the file with a new name, enough, because it had been, because it was. The Waiting Heart. The treehouse smelled of pine sap and summer dust. Lucy Brennan sat with her bare feet dangling through the slats, watching Tom Gallagher whittle a piece of cedar into something that might become a whistle, or might remain simply wood remembering the shape of a knife. She was 12 that summer, all knees and freckles and questions. He was 17, sun-darkened and quiet in the way of boys who've learned that silence often says more than words. "My mother says you'll be leaving soon," she said, not looking at him. Tom's knife paused. "Not till after harvest." That's still leaving. He resumed his work, long curls of wood falling like wishes between the floorboards. Graduation means something, Luce. Can't stay a kid forever. She wanted to argue that staying wasn't about being a kid, that leaving wasn't about being grown, but she didn't have the words yet. Instead, she said, "Race you to the creek." and was already climbing down before he could answer. The water ran cold even in August, spring-fed and clear enough to count stones on the bottom. They'd been swimming here since Lucy was small enough that her father carried her on his shoulders, while Tom ran ahead, all gangly limbs and laughter. Now she swam as well as he did, maybe better, and when they sat on the bank afterward with the sun pressing heat back into their skin, the silence between them felt different than it used to. "You ever think about what's out there?" Tom asked, gesturing vaguely eastward, toward horizons neither of them had seen. "Sometimes," Lucy admitted, "but mostly I think about what's here." He looked at her, then really looked, and she felt something shift in her chest like a door opening in a house she'd lived in all her life, revealing a room she never knew existed. That evening, the whole valley seemed to gather at the Havisham farm for the threshing dinner. Long tables groaned under platters of fried chicken and corn pudding, green beans, cooked with bacon, biscuits tall as teacups, pies that made the air smell like cinnamon and promise. Lucy helped serve while Tom worked with the men, their paths crossing as they always did, hands brushing as she passed him lemonade, his thanks quiet enough that only she could hear. Later, when the work was done and the musicians tuned their fiddles, Tom found her sitting on a hay bale watching couples dance in the barn's golden light. "Dance with me?" he asked. "I don't know how. I'll teach you." His hand was calloused and gentle as he led her through the steps. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and when she stepped on his feet he only laughed and said, "You're getting it, Luce. You're getting it just fine." The summer spun out in a succession of moments like beads on a string, raspberry picking that left their fingers stained purple, county fair midways bright with electric lights, Tom winning her a stuffed rabbit at the ring toss, Saturday afternoons at the soda fountain where they shared cherry phosphates and argued about which cereal was best at the picture show, evenings around the radio in her family's parlour, listening to the Lone Ranger and the Shadow, Tom sitting close enough that she could feel the warmth of him, steady as a heartbeat. She didn't know she was memorising him, the way his hair fell across his forehead when he bent over his work, the sound of his laugh, low and easy, the particular blue of his eyes in late afternoon light. She was 12, and he was 17, and that summer was simply the way things were, had always been, would always be, until it wasn't. Tom graduated in May wearing a suit borrowed from his father, his dark hair slicked back, looking like a stranger until he grinned at her afterward and became himself again. Lucy gave him a fountain pen, saved for with months of egg money, and he turned it over in his hands like it was something precious. "For writing letters," she said. "Who am I going to write to?" "Me, when you go off, and do whatever it is you're going to do." He tucked the pen in his pocket, careful. "I'll write," he promised. "That's a promise, Luce." Summer came again, but different now. Tom worked his father's farm and picked up odd jobs in town, saving money for something he didn't name. Lucy helped her mother with the garden and the chickens and her younger brothers, but part of her attention was always elsewhere, tracking Tom's comings and goings like a compass pointing north. December the 7th arrived on a Sunday, clear and cold. Lucy was coming back from church when she heard the radio through the Gallagher's open door, her father and Tom's father standing in the yard with faces like stone. "Pearl Harbor," her father said. "The Japs bombed Pearl Harbor." She didn't understand, not really, not until she saw Tom 3 days later outside the recruitment office in town. His jaw set in that way she'd learned meant his mind was made up and arguing wouldn't change it. "Marines," he said, Lucy's throat closed. "When?" "February. Basic training in San Diego then," he shrugged. "Wherever they send us." She wanted to scream, to cry, to beg him not to go. She was 13 years old and the world was tilting sideways and nothing made sense anymore. Instead, she said, "You promised you'd write." "I will." He reached out and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, a gesture so tender it hurt. Every chance I get, Luce. I swear it. The night before he left, both families gathered at the Brennans for dinner. Lucy's mother made all of Tom's favourite foods, and nobody ate much of anything. When it was time to say goodbye, Tom walked Lucy out to the porch where the cold February air bit through their coats. "I don't want you to go," she said, the words finally breaking free. "I know. I don't want the war. I don't want anything to change." "Luce," his voice caught. He pulled something from his pocket, a small wooden whistle carved from cedar. "I made this that day in the treehouse, remember?" She took it, her fingers closing around the smooth wood still warm from his pocket. "I remember everything." He kissed her forehead, his lips cold and brief. "Wait for me," he said, and she didn't ask what he meant because she already knew. March 15th, 1942. Dear Luce, boot camp is harder than anything I've ever done. Up at 500 every morning, drills until we can't feel our feet, then more drills. The sergeant says we're the sorriest bunch of farm boys he's ever seen, but I think he might be starting to like us. The ocean is different than I imagined, bigger, louder. At night sometimes I close my eyes and try to hear the creek instead, but it doesn't work. How's the planting going? Your dad should put in more corn on the South 40 this year. The soil's rested enough now. Yours, Tom April 3, 1942. Dear Tom, we planted the corn where you said. Dad grumbles, but he knows you're right. Everything's different now. There are ration books for sugar and coffee and gasoline. Mother has a victory garden that takes up half the yard. I help roll bandages for the Red Cross on Thursdays. I'm 14 now. Did you remember? Sarah Miller had a birthday party and it felt silly, all of us pretending things are normal when they're not. I listen to the radio every night and wonder where you are. The whistle sits on my nightstand. Sometimes I play it and pretend you can hear it, wherever you are. Lucy. The letters became a rhythm, a lifeline stretched across an ocean. Tom wrote about heat and boredom and brief, terrifying moments of combat he described in careful euphemisms. Lucy wrote about rationing and scrap drives, about neighbours' sons who came home and neighbours' sons who didn't, about growing up in a world that seemed to be coming apart at the seams. She learned to read what he didn't say. When his letters came more frequently, she knew he was scared. When weeks passed without word, she learned to wait without breathing until the next envelope arrived. June 1943. Dear Luce, we're somewhere in the Pacific. Can't say where. It's hot enough to melt the ink right off the page. Yesterday, Johnson got a care package from his girl and shared the cookies around. They were so stale we could have used them as grenades, but they tasted like home. I've been reading a lot. Someone left a beat-up copy of Thoreau and I've been working through it slow. He writes about living deliberately, about sucking out the marrow of life. Out here, every day feels deliberate. Every moment feels like it means something. I think about the treehouse a lot, about summer, about sitting on your porch drinking your mother's lemonade, about the way the fields look in the morning when the mist is still rising. I think about you, Luce, more than I should probably admit. T. August, 1943. Dear Tom, I'm 15 now and working at the drugstore after school. Mr. Peterson's son is overseas too and he needed the help. I make sodas and wrap packages and listen to the ladies gossip about whose victory garden is best and whose daughter is stepping out with which boy. None of the boys here are you. Mother says I'm too young to wait for anyone, that I should live my life and not put it on hold for maybes and somedays. But she doesn't understand. This isn't waiting. This is just knowing. I read your letter about Thoreau 10 times. The part about living deliberately, about meaning. You mean something to me, Tom. You always have. I think about you too. More than I should probably admit. Always, Lucy. The letters grew longer, more honest. They stopped pretending distance meant nothing, stopped acting like the war was a brief interruption in lives that would simply resume. Tom wrote about fear and faith, about the men he fought beside and the ones who fell. Lucy wrote about loneliness and longing, about the girl she'd been and the woman she was becoming. December 1944. Dear Lucy, not loose anymore. You're not 12 and I'm not 17, and we should probably stop pretending either of us is still a kid. 3 Christmases. I've been gone now. 3 Christmases of sea rations and sand and missing home so bad it feels like a physical ache. I got your package, the socks your mother knitted, the fruitcake, the photograph of you in your Sunday dress standing by the creek. I've looked at that photograph every day since it arrived. You're beautiful, Lucy. You grew up beautiful, and I wasn't there to see it, and that might be the worst casualty of this whole damn war. I'm tired. We're all tired. But I keep thinking about after, about coming home, about whether home will recognise me when I finally get there. Will you? Tom, January 1945. Dear Tom, I would recognise you blind. I would recognise you in the dark. I would recognise you if years passed and we were both entirely different people. You're not a casualty of anything. You're the best man I know, and you're going to come home, and I'm going to be there when you do. That's not hope. That's certainty. I'm 17 now, old enough to know my own mind, old enough to say this plainly. I love you. I've loved you since I was 12 years old, and you taught me to dance in a hay-strewn barn. I'll love you when you're 80, and we're sitting on a porch drinking cold milk and arguing about corn yields. Come home to me. Lucy March. 1945. Dear Lucy, I love you too. I've loved you since you were all freckles and questions and fearlessness. I love you now, grown and beautiful and braver than any Marine I've served with. When this is over, and it will be over, it has to be over. I'm coming home and I'm asking you to marry me properly, with a ring and witnesses and everything your mother will insist on. Wait for me just a little longer. Tom, June 29th, 1947. The train station smelled like coal smoke and coffee, summer heat and metal warming in the sun. Lucy stood on the platform in a yellow dress she'd sewn herself, her dark hair pinned up in the way that made her look older, sophisticated, like the women in magazine advertisements. She felt neither old nor sophisticated. She felt 19 and terrified, and so full of hope it hurt to breathe. The train came around the bend with a shriek of brakes and hiss of steam. Doors opened, people poured out, sailors and soldiers and civilians, a flood of humanity spilling onto the platform. Lucy's heart hammered against her ribs as she searched face after face, looking for... There. Tom stepped down from the third car, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder, his uniform creased from travel. He'd grown harder, leaner, his face marked with lines that hadn't been there before. But when he saw her, his whole expression transformed, and he was just Tom again. Her Tom, finally home. She ran. Propriety be damned, she ran straight to him, and he dropped his bag and caught her, lifting her off her feet, burying his face in her neck. She felt him shaking. Or maybe that was her shaking. And then they were both crying and laughing, and she was kissing him, there in front of God and the whole town, kissing him like she'd been wanting to kiss him for 7 years. You came back, she said against his mouth. I promised I would. You kept your promise. All of them, Luce. He pulled back just enough to look at her, his hands framing her face. Every single one. The celebration that night filled the Grange Hall with music and dancing and the kind of joy that only comes after sorrow. But Tom pulled Lucy outside after an hour, away from the noise and the crowd, and they walked together down the familiar road toward the creek, toward the woods where their treehouse still stood in the old oak. The summer night breathed around them, thick with the sound of crickets and the smell of honeysuckle. Tom stopped walking and turned to face her, and in the moonlight he looked young again, uncertain in a way she hadn't seen since they were children. "I need to ask you something," he said. "I know what you're going to ask." "Let me ask it properly." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box, worn velvet, gone soft with handling. "I bought this in San Diego before we shipped out. Carried it through 5 years, the Pacific Theatre, then occupation duty in Japan. Kept it close through all of it, so I'd remember I had something worth surviving for." He opened the box. The ring inside was small, simple, a single modest stone that caught the moonlight and held it. "Lucy Brennan, will you marry me?" She didn't answer with words. She kissed him instead, slow and sure, and when she pulled back she said, "Yes, yes, Tom, yes." They married in August in the little white church where they'd both been baptised, where Tom's parents had married and Lucy's parents before them. Lucy wore her mother's dress, altered to fit, and carried wildflowers picked from the fields they'd run through as children. Tom wore his dress uniform because he didn't own a suit that fit anymore, and when he said his vows, his voice shook but didn't break. Their wedding night they spent in the small house Tom had been fixing up since he came home, a farmhouse at the edge of his father's land that needed paint and plumbing, but had good bones and a wide porch and windows that caught the morning light. Lucy stood in the doorway of the bedroom feeling suddenly shy. This man she'd known all her life, somehow a stranger in this moment. Tom came up behind her, his hands gentle on her shoulders. "We can wait," he said quietly. "If you're nervous, if you need time." She turned to face him, this man who'd written her letters from hell, who'd carried a ring through combat zones, who'd waited years for her, and would wait years more if she asked. "I don't want to wait any more," she said. "I've been waiting my whole life for this. For you." He kissed her then, tender and unhurried, and led her inside. The bedroom was simple, a quilt her grandmother had made, curtains that moved with the night breeze, moonlight spilling, across the floor. Tom lit the lamp on the bedside table, the flame casting everything in warm gold, then turned to face her. "You're trembling," he said softly. "So are you." He laughed, a breathless sound. "I am. I've thought about this, about you, for so long, and now that you're here, really here." His hands came up to cup her face. "I don't want to rush. I don't want to do anything wrong." Lucy reached up and began unbuttoning his shirt, her fingers clumsy but determined. "There's no wrong way to love each other, Tom." He helped her with the buttons, then with the pins in her hair, letting it fall in dark waves around her shoulders. Each article of clothing removed slowly, reverently, until they stood before each other with nothing hidden. Lucy felt exposed in a way that had nothing to do with nakedness, vulnerable and seen, and somehow more herself than she had ever been. "You're so beautiful," Tom whispered, his hands skimming her shoulders, her arms learning the geography of her body with trembling fingers. She touched him in return, feeling the raised scars on his ribs, the hard muscle of his shoulders, the rapid beat of his heart beneath her palm. "So are you?" He drew her to the bed, and they lay down together, limbs tangling, skin against skin for the first time. Every touch was discovery. The curve of her hip, the hollow of his throat, the places that made breath catch and muscles tense with wanting. "Tell me if I hurt you," he murmured against her neck, his lips tracing the line of her jaw. "You won't." She pulled him closer, arching into his touch. "I trust you." They moved together slowly at first, learning the rhythm, the give and take. There was awkwardness, bodies still unfamiliar, pleasure mixed with brief discomfort, but beneath it all was something deeper. Years of longing, of letters written in the dark, of loving each other across impossible distance, all concentrated into this moment of finally, finally, finally. Tom kissed her mouth. Tom, her throat, her shoulders, whispering her name like a prayer. Lucy wrapped herself around him, holding on as if he might disappear if she let go, as if this were still a dream she might wake from. But he was solid and real, and here, and when she gasped his name, he answered with her own, and the world narrowed to just the two of them, just this. Afterward they lay tangled together, heart still racing, skin damp with sweat. Tom traced idle patterns on her shoulder, his touch gentle now, soothing. "Are you okay?" he asked. Lucy turned her face to kiss his chest, tasting salt. "I'm perfect. We're perfect." "I love you," he said, the words fierce despite his exhaustion. "God, Luce, I love you so much." "I know." She pressed closer, feeling safe in a way she hadn't felt since before the war. "I've always known." They made love again in the deep hours of the night, slower this time, with more confidence and less urgency, learning what made the other sigh, what drew gasps and pleas, what transformed touch into something transcendent. And when they finally slept, it was wrapped in each other's arms, Lucy's head on Tom's shoulder and his hand in her hair, both of them knowing they'd found their way home at last. In the morning, Lucy woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows and Tom's arm heavy and warm across her waist. She lay still, listening to him breathe, memorizing this new intimacy the same way she'd once memorized the freckles on his arms and the sound of his laugh. He stirred, his eyes opening slow. "Morning, Mrs. Gallagher," she smiled. "Morning, Mr. Gallagher. Any regrets?" "Not a single one." They made breakfast together in the small kitchen. Eggs from Lucy's mother's chickens, bread Lucy had baked the day before. They ate on the porch, watching the sun climb higher, drinking coffee rationed carefully from their meagre stores. "I was thinking," Tom said, "we should fix up that old tree house, make it safe again." "For who?" He grinned. "For our kids. Someday." Lucy laughed, the sound bright in the morning air. "Someday soon, maybe." Maybe. Life settled into new rhythms. Tom worked his father's farm and Lucy kept the house and helped her mother with the younger children. On Saturdays they drove to town in Tom's old truck and shared cherry phosphates at the soda fountain like they'd done as children. Except now he held her hand across the table and kissed her in public and nobody batted an eye. Some nights Tom woke gasping from dreams he wouldn't talk about, and Lucy held him until the shaking stopped, her presence the only answer to questions he couldn't ask. Some mornings Lucy would catch him standing in the doorway just watching her work, and when she asked what he was doing he'd say, "Just making sure you're real." They learned each other slowly, carefully, the way you learn a language or a skill, with patience and practice, and the understanding that some things take time to master. They fought sometimes, small, disagreements about money or in-laws or whose turn it was to feed the chickens. They made up quickly, neither of them willing to waste time on pride when they'd already lost so much time to distance. In October, Lucy missed her monthly. In November, Dr. Patterson confirmed what she already knew. "We're having a baby," she told Tom that night over dinner. He stared at her, his fork halfway to his mouth. Then he was out of his chair and pulling her up and spinning her around, laughing and crying at the same time. "A baby," he said. "We're having a baby. Are you happy? Luce, He set her down carefully, his hands on her still flat stomach. "I'm so damn happy I don't have words for it." Their daughter was born in June of 1948, squalling and perfect, with Tom's dark hair and Lucy's freckles and a temper that suggested she'd inherited the best and worst of both of them. They named her Rose, after Lucy's grandmother, and raised her in the little farmhouse that Tom kept adding on, too, room by room, as their family grew. On summer evenings they sat on the porch with cold milk and listened to the radio while Rose and eventually her brothers played in the yard. Sometimes Lucy would catch Tom watching her, with an expression she couldn't quite name. Wonder, maybe, or gratitude, or just the simple contentment of a man who'd found his way home after a long journey. "What are you thinking about?" she'd ask. "You," he'd say. "Always you." The years spun out, Rose starting school, the boys learning to drive, grandchildren eventually, Tom's hair going grey, and Lucy's hands developing the same arthritis that had plagued her mother. They grew old together in the house Tom had built, surrounded by the fields they'd run through as children, listening to the radio on quiet evenings when the work was done. On their 50th wedding anniversary, their children threw them a party at the Grange Hall, where they'd celebrated Tom's homecoming. Lucy wore a new dress and Tom wore a suit that actually fit, and they danced the way he'd taught her all those years ago in a hay-strewn barn, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, while their grandchildren watched and whispered about how romantic it all was. "You ever regret it?" Tom asked as they swayed together. "Waiting for me? Marrying me?" Lucy looked up at him. This man she'd loved since she was 12 years old, whose letters she'd treasured through a war, whose children and grandchildren filled the room with laughter. "Not once," she said. "Not for a single moment." "Me neither." He kissed her forehead the way he had the night before he left for war, gentle and reverent. "Best decision I ever made. Loving you." "Second best," Lucy corrected. "Oh?" "The best decision was coming home." Tom smiled, that slow, easy smile she'd been memorizing her whole life. "That wasn't a decision, Luce. That was a promise, and I always keep my promises." The radio played on, and they danced, and somewhere in the fields beyond the hall, the corn grew tall and green under the summer stars, and all was as it should be. Bitter moon, bright star. Harvey Davenport squinted against the low autumn sun as he guided his dun gelding down Silver Creek's main thoroughfare. The small Montana settlement had the distinct smell of a town caught between civilization and wilderness, sawdust and manure, whiskey and wood smoke. His back ached from 3 days in the saddle, tracking a man who'd ultimately proven not worth the trouble. The bounty for Carl Weber had barely covered expenses. 15 years of hunting men had taught Harvey one immutable truth. The price on a man's head rarely matched the cost of bringing him in. Mayor Julian Collier's telegram had been cryptic but promising. Urgent matter requiring discretion and experience. Compensation generous. Harvey had learned to read between the lines of such messages, usually a wealthy man wanting revenge without legal entanglements. The mayor's office occupied the upper floor of the general store, announced by a weather-worn sign. Harvey secured his horse and climbed the exterior staircase, boots leaving imprints in a thin layer of dust. "Davenport," Collier greeted him, rising from behind a desk cluttered with papers. The mayor was a slight man with spectacles and thinning hair, the kind who'd never skinned a knuckle in a fight. "Grateful you came so quickly." Harvey removed his hat but remained standing. "Your telegram mentioned generous compensation." "Indeed. $500 for 3 months' work." Harvey raised an eyebrow. "That's steep for a small town. Who needs killing?" The mayor blanched. "Good heavens, no. I'm not hiring you to hunt anyone. I need protection." "For yourself?" "For our new school teacher, Miss Florence Hart." Harvey stared at the man, certain he'd misheard. A school teacher? She arrived last week from Boston. Brilliant young woman, educated at Mount Holyoke Female Seminary. The mayor paused, looking uncomfortable. Silver Creek has been under William Tate's thumb for too long. His gang controls everything from cattle to mining claims. Miss Hart represents something Tate can't abide. Progress, education, civilization. And you think a schoolmarm can change that? I think education changes everything, Mr. Davenport. But first, she needs to survive long enough to teach. Harvey paced to the window, looking down at the street where a group of children chased a rolling hoop. "I'm not a nursemaid." "No, You're a man with a reputation for staying alive in situations where others don't. Collier opened a desk drawer and removed an envelope. Half now, half when her term ends in December. Harvey weighed the envelope in his palm. It was heavy with coin. Where do I find her? The schoolhouse at the edge of town. You can't miss it. Indeed he couldn't. The one-room schoolhouse stood alone on a gentle rise, painfully new against the weathered landscape. Fresh-cut lumber still leaked sap from its seams, and someone had planted flowers along the walkway, a futile gesture in the Montana autumn. Through the open door he heard a woman's voice, melodic and clear. Now, who can tell me where we might find the Rocky Mountains on our map? Harvey leaned against the doorframe, observing without announcing himself. The schoolteacher stood before a dozen children of various ages, gesturing to a large cloth map hung on the wall. She wore a practical blue dress. Her honey-brown hair swept into a loose knot at her nape. "They're right here," piped a small boy. "Excellent, Thomas." She beamed as if the child had solved complex mathematics instead of identifying the most obvious geographical feature in their territory. Harvey cleared his throat, and 26 eyes swiveled toward him. 12 pairs belonging to children, 1 to the teacher, and the last his own reflection in the small mirror by the door. "May I help you, sir?" Her smile remained, but caution entered her eyes. "Harvey Davenport. Mayor Collier hired me." Understanding dawned on her face. She turned to her students. "Children, please practice your letters while I speak with Mr. Davenport." She approached with an extended hand. "Florence Hart, I've been expecting you, though I did express to the mayor that this arrangement seems unnecessary." Her grip was firm, her palms slightly chalked from the blackboard. Up close he noticed her eyes, amber flecked with green, direct and unflinching. "Mayor's money, mayor's worries," Harvey replied, removing his hat. "I'll be staying close, keeping watch. Mr. Davenport, I appreciate the concern, but I've come to teach, not cower. These children need education more than I need protection. With respect, Miss Hart, you don't know William Tate. I know men like him exist everywhere, just wearing different clothes. In Boston, they wore fine suits and called themselves businessmen while exploiting immigrant children in factories." Her chin lifted slightly. "I didn't bend to them, and I won't bend to Mr. Tate." Harvey almost smiled at her. Naivety. Almost. Those Boston men probably didn't gut people for sport. Colour drained from her face, but her posture remained straight. "I see. Well, I won't be frightened away, Mr. Davenport. These children deserve better." "Most folks deserve better than they get, Miss Hart. Doesn't change how things are." "Perhaps not," she replied, her voice soft but steel-edged. "But it absolutely changes how things will be." Harvey watched her return to her students, marvelling at the peculiar mixture of innocence and determination. 3 months suddenly seemed interminable. He'd met her type before, idealists who believed goodness would triumph simply because it should. They were always the first to fall when reality came knocking with blood-stained knuckles. She wouldn't last a week. That night, as he secured the schoolhouse, Harvey noticed a figure watching from the tree line. He drew his Colt but made no move toward the shadow. A warning shot would only confirm the watcher's suspicions about the schoolteacher's importance. Instead, he deliberately turned his back and continued his checks, keeping the figure in his peripheral vision. The message was clear. "I see you, but I'm not concerned." When he turned again, the shadow was gone. Florence's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Is someone there?" She stood in the doorway of the small cabin adjacent to the schoolhouse, a shawl pulled tight around her shoulders. "Just the wind," he lied. "Go back inside." She studied him for a moment, those amber eyes too perceptive. "You're not a very convincing liar, Mr. Davenport. And you're not very good at following directions, Miss Hart." A smile ghosted across her face, a failing my own teachers often noted. "Good night, Mr. Davenport." As her door closed, Harvey settled on the porch steps, rifle across his knees. The Montana night unfurled around him, stars pricking the velvet darkness. An owl called from somewhere distant, a lonely sound that echoed his own hollow spaces. 3 months of protecting a woman who believed kindness could overcome cruelty. It was like being hired to shield a candle from a hurricane. The irony wasn't lost on him. Once he'd been the one with faith in humanity's better nature. Once he'd believed in things like justice and hope. Once, before Bitter Creek. The schoolhouse door displayed a fresh-burned message by morning: leave or bleed. Florence traced the charred letters with her fingertips, leaving sooty smudges on her skin. Well, they certainly lack subtlety. Harvey, who'd been inspecting the surrounding ground for tracks, straightened with a scowl. "This isn't a joke, Miss Hart." "Do I appear to be laughing?" She met his gaze steadily. "Intimidation tactics are the weapons of small men, Mr. Davenport. I won't dignify them with fear." With that, she retrieved a bucket of whitewash from the supply shed and began coating the damaged door. Her methodical brush strokes revealed nothing of her thoughts, but Harvey noticed the slight tremor in her hands. "You should consider returning to Boston," he said, leaning against the schoolhouse wall. Florence continued painting, not sparing him a glance. "I should consider many things, Mr. Davenport. The migration patterns of monarch butterflies, the mathematical principles behind cathedral architecture, the proper preservation of wild berries for winter consumption." She paused, finally looking at him. Abandoning these children isn't among those considerations. The arrival of her students ended their conversation. Harvey watched as Florence transformed, her apprehension tucked away behind genuine warmth as she greeted each child by name. He positioned himself by the window, scanning the tree line while the lesson progressed inside. "Mr. Davenport?" A small voice interrupted his surveillance. A girl of perhaps 7 stood beside him, clutching a slate. "Miss Hart says you might help me with my numbers." Harvey frowned. "I'm not a teacher." "She says you're good at calculating distances and angles for shooting." The child spoke matter-of-factly. "I don't understand fractions." He glanced at Florence, who was helping another student. She gave no indication of having orchestrated this interaction. "Let me see," he said gruffly, taking the slate. 20 minutes later, Florence dismissed the children for their midday meal. She approached Harvey, who was still working with the girl. "So if you have 3/4 of a pie, and you eat 1/3 of that amount, what do you have left?" he was asking. The child's face scrunched in concentration. "Half a pie? How'd you figure that?" 3/4 times 1/3 is 1/4, so 3/4 minus 1/4 is half. "That's right. You're quick." The girl beamed and hurried off to join her friends outside. "Sarah struggles with arithmetic," Florence said, sitting beside him on the bench. "Her father's a trapper, rarely home. She helps her mother manage their supplies, so fractions are essential for her." Harvey grunted, uncomfortable with her approving gaze. "Shooting requires math. Nothing special about it." Florence gathered papers from a nearby desk. "You know, Mr. Davenport, for a man so determined to appear heartless, you have remarkable patience with children." "Children are different," he said after a moment. "They haven't had time to become monsters yet." "And adults have?" "Most." He stood, eager to escape her scrutiny. "I'm going to patrol the perimeter." Over the following weeks, an uneasy routine developed. Harvey kept watch while Florence taught. Occasionally, despite his resistance, he found himself drawn into lessons, explaining tracking methods for geography, demonstrating how to calculate a horse's travel distance for mathematics. The children, initially wary of his scarred face and taciturn manner, gradually began greeting him each morning. One boy even presented him with a whittled wooden horse, crudely carved but recognizable. "Mr. Davenport, might I ask a favour?" Florence approached him one afternoon as the children departed. Depends on the favour. I need to visit Miller's Crossing tomorrow. There's a shipment of books arriving by stage, and supplies I ordered for our harvest celebration. Harvey frowned. Miller's Crossing is 15 miles. Indeed, which is why I've arranged to borrow Mr. Peterson's wagon. We could depart after breakfast and return before dark. We? Unless you plan to abandon your duties for the day, she challenged, a hint of mischief in her eyes. The journey began in awkward silence. Florence attempted conversation several times, only to receive grunts or one-word answers from Harvey. After an hour, she sighed dramatically. This will be a tedious journey if you're determined to remain mute, Mr. Davenport. Not much worth saying. I disagree. For instance, you might tell me how a man with your education, and don't deny it. I've seen you correct grammar in the children's work when you thought I wasn't looking, became a bounty hunter. He glanced at her, surprised by her observation. Life happens. A profoundly uninformative answer. She adjusted her bonnet against the strengthening wind. Very well, I'll begin. I'm the youngest of 4 sisters. My father was a professor of literature who believed women deserved education equal to men's. My mother died when I was 12. I taught in Boston for 3 years before answering the advertisement for Silver Creek. When he remained silent, she continued undeterred. I came west because I was suffocating in Boston drawing rooms, expected to marry a banker's son who thought women should discuss nothing more substantial than fabric patterns and menu planning. Her voice softened. I wanted to build something meaningful. These children deserve futures beyond what their parents could imagine. Harvey felt a reluctant admiration for her conviction. Noble goals don't keep you alive when men like Tate decide you're inconvenient. Perhaps, but fear of dying isn't the same as living. She studied him. What are you afraid of, Mr. Davenport? The question struck too close to truths he kept buried. Before he could form a response, the sky darkened ominously. Storm's coming, he said, grateful for the diversion. We should find shelter. They barely reached the abandoned Thornton homestead before the deluge began. The small cabin's roof leaked in 3 places, but its stone hearth remained sound. Harvey built a fire while Florence arranged their supplies away from the drips. Will it pass quickly? She asked, watching sheets of rain obscure the landscape. No, it's settling in. He gestured to the western horizon, where dark clouds massed like an invading army. We're staying the night, her eyes widened. That would be inappropriate. Drowning would be fatal. Take your pick. The storm intensified as evening approached. Wind howled through the cabin's gaps and thunder shook the timbers. They shared a simple meal of bread and jerky, the fire casting long shadows across the weathered walls. Who were you before? Florence asked suddenly, breaking their companionable silence. Harvey stared into the flames. What makes you think I was someone else? The way you speak when you forget to be coarse. The Latin phrase you used when Thomas fell last week. The books I've seen you reading when you think no one is watching. He remained silent so long she thought he wouldn't answer. I was a lawyer in St. Louis, he finally said. Had a practice with my father-in-law. You were married? Catherine, and a daughter, Emma. His voice roughened. They died at Bitter Creek, stagecoach robbery. Florence's hand moved involuntarily toward him but stopped short of touching. I'm so sorry. 8 years ago, last spring, he prodded the fire, sending sparks upward. I tracked the men responsible. That's how I started bounty hunting. Did you find them? Eventually. The word hung between them, heavy with unspoken violence. And did it help? She asked softly. Did vengeance ease your grief? Harvey met her gaze, his eyes reflecting firelight and old pain. No, but it gave me somewhere to put the rage. And now? Now I exist. It's enough. He stood abruptly. You should sleep. I'll keep watch. There's room enough for both of us to rest, she offered, gesturing to the cabin's small space. I don't sleep much anyway. Florence studied him for a long moment. Do you even believe in anything anymore? The question wasn't accusatory, but genuinely curious, which somehow made it harder to deflect. I believe people show their true nature when tested, he answered finally. I believe comfort breeds illusion, and suffering strips it away. That's a lonely philosophy. It's a realistic one. She shook her head. Grief doesn't have to define you, Harvey. It can transform you, certainly, but the direction of that transformation remains your choice. It was the first time she'd used his given name, and the intimacy of it disturbed him more than her words. Get some sleep, Miss Hart. Outside, the storm continued its assault, mirroring the turbulence he felt within. Florence's presence was becoming dangerous, not because she needed his protection, but because she made him question the walls he'd built around himself. The rain didn't let up until dawn, and they returned to Silver Creek by mid-afternoon. News of their overnight absence had preceded them, generating knowing looks from townspeople as they passed. Reputation is a luxury I can't afford to lose, Florence murmured as they approached the schoolhouse. The children's parents must trust me. I'll speak to Reverend Kane, Harvey offered. He can quell the gossip. She smiled gratefully. Thank you. As she unlocked the schoolhouse door, Harvey noticed a folded paper nailed to the frame. He snatched it before she could see. The teacher or the children? Your choice. The threat was clear. Tate was escalating. Harvey crumpled the note, his decision immediate. It was time to confront Tate directly. Florence Hart might be willing to risk herself for her principles, but he wouldn't let her risk the children. Some lessons came at too high a price. The Silver Creek saloon reeked of unwashed bodies and spilled whiskey. Harvey entered at dusk, scanning the crowded room for his target. William Tate held court at a corner table, a mountain of a man with a beard like iron filings and eyes that calculated profit from others' misfortune. Harvey approached without preamble, stopping just beyond arm's reach. Tate. Conversation died as heads turned. Tate looked up lazily, a reptilian smile spreading beneath his moustache. The schoolmarm's watchdog, he drawled, come to beg for scraps. Come to deliver a message, Harvey's voice carried in the sudden silence. The teacher and the children are off limits. Tate leaned back, amusement dancing in his cold eyes. Is that so? And what exactly are you offering in exchange for my generosity? Nothing. I'm telling you how it's going to be. A dangerous stillness settled over Tate. Nobody tells me anything, bounty hunter. Then consider it friendly advice. The schoolhouse isn't worth the trouble I'll bring you. Tate's men shifted, hands hovering near weapons. Harvey remained motionless, his calm exterior belying the calculated awareness of every potential threat in the room. You know, Tate said conversationally, I heard an interesting rumour about that pretty teacher. Seems she spent a night alone with you at the old Thornton place. He smirked. Perhaps she's not as virtuous as she pretends. Harvey's expression revealed nothing, but his voice dropped to a dangerous register. Choose your next words with extreme care. Tate stood, towering over most men in the room. Or what? You'll shoot me? In front of witnesses? He gestured expansively. Every man here works for me. You'd be dead before you cleared leather. Probably, Harvey agreed, but you'd still die first. Something in Harvey's eyes, the absolute certainty of a man who'd already calculated the cost and found it acceptable, gave Tate pause. 3 days, Tate finally said. The teacher has 3 days to leave. After that, he shrugged. Well, schoolhouses burn easily, children too. Harvey's hand moved faster than perception could track. Suddenly his knife pressed against Tate's jugular, drawing a bead of blood. Listen carefully, Harvey whispered, his mouth close to Tate's ear. I've killed men in 23 territories. I've hunted human beings like animals and ended them without losing sleep. If anything happens to Miss Hart or those children, anything at all, I will dedicate whatever remains of my life to finding new ways to make you suffer. He stepped back, sheathing his knife with fluid grace. Sleep well, Tate. The saloon remained silent as he departed, the batwing doors swinging in his wake. Outside, Harvey exhaled slowly, adrenaline ebbing. He'd bought time, but also accelerated the inevitable confrontation. Tate wouldn't tolerate such a public challenge. The only question was whether he'd come for Harvey first, or strike at Florence to prove his dominance. Harvey found her still at the schoolhouse, arranging books on newly built shelves. "You should go home," he said from the doorway. "It's late." Florence looked up, a smudge of dust on her cheek. "There's so much to organise before tomorrow's lesson." "Tomorrow might not come if you exhaust yourself tonight," she smiled. "A surprisingly philosophical observation, Mr. Davenport." He didn't return her smile. "I spoke with Tate." The book in her hands faltered. "I see. Was it productive?" "No." She placed the book carefully on its shelf. "What happens now?" "You leave. Tonight, preferably. Return to Boston." "That's not happening." Harvey crossed the room in 3 strides, frustration breaking through his composure. "This isn't a negotiation, Florence." Tate threatened the children explicitly. "All the more reason I can't abandon them." Colour rose in her cheeks. "If I leave, Tate wins. He'll ensure no teacher ever comes again. These children will grow up under his shadow. Believing might make us right." "They'll grow up," Harvey emphasised. "Alive." "Existing isn't living." She echoed his words from the cabin. "You taught me that." He turned away, struggling against emotions he'd thought long buried. "I can't protect everyone all the time." "I'm not asking you to," her voice softened. "But I can't run from this, Harvey. I won't." The use of his given name again, deliberate this time. He faced her, finding her closer than expected. The lamplight gilded her features, revealing determination alongside fear she wasn't bothering to hide. "You're the most stubborn woman I've ever met," he said, the accusation lacking heat. "Consider my teacher." Her smile was tentative. "You're rather obstinate yourself." Something shifted between them, a recognition, a possibility. Her eyes dropped to his mouth, then back to his eyes, a question in them that stirred embers he'd thought long cold. Harvey stepped back abruptly. "I'll keep watch outside tonight." "Harvey?" "Good night, Miss Hart." He escaped into the darkness, his heart pounding with emotions he couldn't afford. Attachment was weakness. Weakness got people killed. The night passed without incident, but Harvey's vigilance didn't waver. By morning, exhaustion dragged at him, yet he escorted Florence to school as usual. Children arrived, lessons proceeded. Florence taught with her characteristic enthusiasm, though Harvey noted the frequent glances she cast toward the windows. Shortly after noon, a commotion outside drew their attention. Mayor Collier hurried up the path, his face ashen. "Thomas Jenkins is missing," he announced, breathing heavily. "His mother says he never arrived at school this morning." Florence paled. "But I marked him absent. I assumed he was ill." "His mother sent him with his lunch pail at 8 o'clock. Collier's eyes shifted to Harvey. "She found this nailed to their door an hour ago." The note contained a single sentence. "Education has its price." "Tate," Harvey growled. Florence pressed a hand to her mouth. "This is because of me." "No," Harvey countered firmly. "This is because Tate is a monster who uses children as pawns. Gather the other students and take them to the church. Stay with Reverend Kane until I return." "Where are you going?" Collier asked. "To find Thomas." Florence caught his arm. "Harvey, Tate wants you to come after him. It's a trap." "I know." He gently removed her hand. "But Thomas is still alive. Tate wants leverage, not a body." "Let me come with you," she pleaded. "I'm the one he wants to intimidate." "Absolutely not." His tone brooked no argument. "Your job is to protect the other children. Mine is to bring Thomas back. Her amber eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Promise me you'll be careful. I'm always careful. The lie came easily. Harvey tracked Tate's men to an abandoned silver mine 3 miles outside town. The entrance was poorly guarded, an intentional invitation. He dispatched the sentries silently, using the hilt of his knife rather than the blade. This wasn't about killing, it was about the boy. The mine shaft descended into darkness, the air growing damp and cold as he ventured deeper. Voices echoed from a side chamber, including a child's frightened sob. Harvey assessed his options. 5 men based on the voices, 1 terrified boy, a confined space with limited visibility. The odds were poor, but he'd faced worse. He removed his boots, setting them aside to enable silent movement on the rocky floor. Then he drew his revolver, checked the loads, and slipped into the shadows. The first man fell to a blow to the base of his skull. The second turned at the sound of his companion collapsing and received Harvey's fist to his throat. Both would live, but neither would participate further. 3 remaining. In the chamber ahead, lantern light spilled across a macabre tableau. Thomas sat bound to a chair, tears streaking his dirty face. Tate himself lounged nearby, watching as one of his men played with a knife, deliberately frightening the boy. "Thought you'd come alone," Tate called out, not bothering to look toward the entrance where Harvey stood. "Predictable. Let the boy go, Tate. Your quarrel's with me." "My quarrel's with anyone who challenges my authority in Silver Creek." Tate finally turned, his eyes glinting in the lantern light. The schoolteacher refuses to leave. Perhaps seeing what happened to her favourite pupil will change her mind. Thomas whimpered as the knife-wielding man drew the blade across the boy's cheek, not cutting, but threatening. "Last chance," Harvey warned, his gun trained on Tate. "You won't risk hitting the boy," Tate smirked. "And my men have clear shots at you," Harvey smiled, thinly. "Who said anything about shooting?" He kicked the lantern, plunging the chamber into darkness. Gunfire erupted immediately, bullets striking stone as Harvey dropped to the ground. He crawled forward, guided by Thomas's terrified cries, and reached the boy's chair. "It's Mr. Davenport," he whispered, cutting the ropes. "Stay down." A bullet grazed his shoulder as he shielded the child with his body. Harvey returned fire, aiming at the muzzle flashes. A scream confirmed at least 1 hit. "Can't hide forever, Davenport," Tate's voice echoed. "Don't need forever." Harvey guided Thomas toward the entrance. "Just long enough." Another shot rang out. Pain exploded in Harvey's side as the bullet found flesh. He staggered but remained upright, pushing Thomas ahead of him. "Run," he commanded, turning back to cover their retreat. Harvey fired 3 rapid shots, forcing Tate and his remaining man into cover. Then he backed away, following Thomas up the shaft toward daylight. They nearly reached the entrance when Harvey stumbled, the blood loss taking its toll. He fell to one knee, vision swimming. "Mr. Davenport," Thomas cried, turning back. "Keep going," Harvey gasped. "Get help." The boy hesitated, then bolted for the entrance. Footsteps approached from behind. Tate, coming to finish what he'd started. Harvey summoned his remaining strength and turned, gun raised. Tate emerged from the shadows, his own weapon levelled. "Should have minded your own business, bounty hunter." "The children are my business now," Harvey replied, his finger tightening on the trigger. 2 shots thundered in the narrow passage. Harvey felt the impact like a mule kick to his chest. He slumped against the wall, watching with detached fascination as Tate collapsed, a crimson stain spreading across his shirt. Darkness crept into the edges of Harvey's vision. His last conscious thought was of Florence, her amber eyes, her stubborn hope, her belief that even the most bitter soul could find redemption. He hoped she was right. Harvey dreamed of Bitter Creek, not the blood and gunfire that haunted his usual nightmares, but the moments before, Catherine's laugh as she tucked a flower behind Emma's ear, his daughter's gap-toothed smile when she spotted him waiting by the stagecoach. "They're beautiful," a voice said, not from the dream but somewhere beyond it. Harvey struggled toward consciousness, fighting through layers of pain. He opened his eyes to find Florence beside his bed, her fingers gently intertwined with his. "Catherine and Emma," he rasped, his throat desert dry. "You were in my dream." She reached for a water glass. "You spoke their names." Supporting his head, she helped him drink. "Dr. Whitman wasn't sure you'd wake up." Memory returned in jagged pieces. The mine, gunfire, Tate. "Thomas?" "Safe." Her smile trembled. "You saved him, Harvey. He hasn't stopped telling everyone how you fought off 100 outlaws in the dark." Harvey tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Pain lanced through his chest and side, stealing his breath. "Don't," Florence pressed him back gently. "The bullet missed your heart by less than an inch. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Tate, dead." Her expression held no joy in the news, only tired relief. His remaining men fled Silver Creek afterward. The town is organising a proper sheriff's office now that his shadow's lifted. Harvey's eyes travelled past her to the unfamiliar room. "Where am I?" "My home." At his questioning look, she continued. "The doctor's office was unsuitable for extended recovery, and the hotel is too noisy. I have the spare room, so—" She shrugged, a faint blush colouring her cheeks. "Your reputation is the least of my concerns." Her tone brooked no argument. "Reverend Kane visits daily to check on you, which provides sufficient propriety to satisfy the gossips." Harvey managed a weak smile. "You've thought of everything." "Not everything," her expression grew serious. "I never considered you might die protecting us. That possibility—" Her voice faltered. "It wasn't acceptable." Something in her gaze, vulnerability mixed with fierce determination, stirred emotions he'd kept buried for years. Harvey looked away, uncomfortable with their intensity. "It's my job," he said gruffly. "Is it?" Florence challenged softly. "Mayor Collier hired you to watch over me, not to confront Tate alone or risk your life for Thomas." When he didn't respond, she continued. "You pretend to be untouched by what happens around you, Harvey Davenport, but your actions reveal a different truth." "Don't make me into something I'm not," he muttered. "I'm not a hero." "I never said you were." Her fingers tightened around his. "Heroes exist in storybooks, Harvey. I'm talking about a man who couldn't walk away when a child was in danger, even when it would have been easier, safer." "I've walked away from plenty." "Perhaps," she acknowledged, "but not this time. Not from us." The word hung between them. Us. Small but significant. Harvey found himself unable to deny its truth. Somewhere between reluctant protection and genuine care, these people had become his responsibility, his choice. "You should rest," Florence said, rising. "The children made you cards. I'll bring them later." As she reached the door, Harvey called out, "Florence." She turned, silhouetted in the doorframe. "Thank you," he said simply. Her smile was radiant. "You're welcome." Recovery was neither quick nor painless. Harvey chafed at confinement, his restless nature ill-suited to invalidism. Florence proved both a gentle nurse and an implacable warden, insisting he follow Dr. Whitman's instructions to the letter. The children visited daily, bringing drawings, wild flowers, and endless questions about his adventures. Harvey found himself sharing carefully edited stories from his travels, omitting the violence but preserving the wonder of distant mountains and prairie, vastness. "You're good with them," Florence observed one evening after shooing away the last persistent visitor. "They adore you." Harvey, now able to sit in a chair by the window, watched a hawk circle above the distant hills. "Children are easy. They haven't learned to hide their feelings yet. Unlike certain adults I know." She settled across from him, her hands busy with mending. "Dr. Whitman says you can return to light duties next week." something twisted in Harvey's chest that had nothing to do with his healing wound. I suppose Mayor Collier will be reducing my wages, given the threats eliminated. Florence's needle paused mid-stitch. Actually, the town council voted to maintain your position through winter, as security for the school. That seems unnecessary now. Perhaps. She resumed sewing, not meeting his eyes. Or perhaps they recognise the value of your presence beyond mere protection. And you? The question escaped before he could reconsider. What do you think? Now she looked up, her expression unguarded. I think you belong here, Harvey. I think you've been wandering long enough. He turned back to the window, unwilling to let her see how deeply her words affected him. I'm not suited for settled life. Aren't you? Her voice held gentle challenge. These past weeks, despite your injuries, you've seemed more at peace than when you arrived. Pain has a clarifying effect, he deflected. So does purpose. She set aside her sewing and moved to stand beside him at the window. You've been running from happiness because losing it once nearly destroyed you. Her insight was too accurate, too raw. Florence. I know about loss, Harvey. Her voice softened. Not like yours, but enough to understand that grief changes us. It doesn't have to diminish us. And if I can't be what you need... The question revealed more than he intended. I'm not asking you to be anything other than who you are, she touched his shoulder lightly, but I am asking you to stop pretending you don't care. Their gazes held, the moment stretching between them like a tightrope. Harvey found himself leaning toward her, drawn by something he'd thought long dead within him. A knock at the door shattered the moment. Florence stepped back, colour rising in her cheeks. That will be Reverend Kane for his evening visit. As she went to answer the door, Harvey remained at the window, his heart pounding with emotions both familiar and terrifying. What Florence offered wasn't just connection, but possibility. A future he'd convinced himself was forever closed to him. But wanting something and deserving it were different matters entirely. By the following week, Harvey had moved back to his room at the hotel, though he took his meals with Florence most evenings. The school thrived, with 3 new families enrolling children now that Tate's shadow no longer loomed over the town. One crisp October afternoon, Harvey sat on the schoolhouse steps whittling a small wooden bird while waiting for Florence to finish organising her classroom. The scent of approaching snow hung in the air, a promise of winter's imminent arrival. Mayor Collier approached, his breath fogging in the chill. Davenport, good to see you on your feet. Harvey nodded acknowledgement. Something I can help you with, Mayor? Actually, yes. Collier looked uncharacteristically hesitant. The town council met yesterday. We'd like to offer you a position. I'm already employed until December. This would be permanent. Silver Creek needs a sheriff, someone who can maintain order without... He adjusted his spectacles. Without Tate's methods. Harvey stared at the man. I'm a bounty hunter, not a peacekeeper. You've been more than that these past months, Collier gestured toward the schoolhouse. What you did for Thomas, for all the children, that's the kind of law this town needs. Firm but just. I'm not staying in Silver Creek, aren't you? Collier's gaze was knowing. Miss Hart seems to think otherwise. Heat rose in Harvey's neck. Florence doesn't speak for me. Perhaps not, the mayor conceded. But she sees what the rest of us do. A man who's found something worth protecting. He placed a sheriff's badge on the step beside Harvey. Think about it. As Collier departed, Florence emerged from the schoolhouse. Was that the mayor I heard? Harvey pocketed the badge before she could see it. Just checking on my recovery. Her smile suggested she didn't quite believe him. I was thinking we might visit that new photographer in Miller's Crossing this weekend. The children have been asking for a class portrait before winter sets in. Makes sense, Harvey agreed. His mind still caught on Collier's offer. Sheriff of Silver Creek. The idea was simultaneously absurd and compelling. "You seem distracted," Florence observed, sitting beside him. "Just thinking about winter," he half lied. "Stage routes get unpredictable once the snow falls." Understanding dawned in her eyes. "You're considering leaving." "My work here is finished." The words felt hollow even as he spoke them. "Is it?" Her voice remained steady, but he caught the slight tremble in her hands as she adjusted her shawl. "Tate may be gone, but Silver Creek still needs good men. I'm not. If you say you're not a good man one more time, Harvey Davenport, I may be forced to take drastic measures." Despite her light tone, her eyes held intensity. "I've watched you with the children. I've seen how this town responds to you now, with respect, not fear. Don't tell me who you think you are. I know who you've shown yourself to be." Her conviction staggered him. In her eyes he glimpsed not the man he'd been, but the man he could become, if he had the courage to claim that future. "I've been alone a long time, Florence," he said finally. "I'm not sure I remember how to be anything else." "You're not alone anymore," she covered his scarred hand with her own. "Unless you choose to be." The simplicity of her statement belied its profound challenge. Harvey looked down at their joined hands, hers smooth from chalk and books, his rough from years of hard living. Different paths that had somehow converged in this unlikely place. "I don't want to fail you," he admitted quietly. "Then don't." She smiled. "I'm not asking for guarantees, Harvey. Love isn't about certainties. It's about choosing each other, every day, even when it's difficult. Especially then." The word hung between them. Love. Neither questioned nor explained. Harvey felt something long dormant unfurl within him, fragile as a spring leaf but undeniably alive. Slowly, deliberately, he leaned forward and kissed her. Not the desperate, confused kiss they'd almost shared weeks ago, but a conscious choice, a beginning rather than an escape. When they parted, Florence's eyes shimmered with emotion. "Does this mean you're staying?" Harvey reached into his pocket, removing the sheriff's badge. "Collier offered me a job. And?" Her breath caught. "And I'm considering it." He traced the badge's edges thoughtfully. "If I took it, I'd be committed to Silver Creek, to building something here." "With me?" The vulnerability in her question pierced him. "Only with you," he confirmed, the last of his defences crumbling. "I can't promise I'll be good at any of it, but I want to try." Florence's smile rivaled the setting sun for brilliance. "That's all anyone can ask, Harvey." She leaned against him, her head finding the hollow of his shoulder as if it belonged there. "That's all I'm asking." They remained on the schoolhouse steps as twilight deepened around them, speaking quietly of practical matters, the sheriff's lodgings, winter preparations, the Christmas pageant Florence planned for her students. Ordinary conversations, everyday concerns, the building blocks of a shared life. For the first time in 8 years, Harvey allowed himself to imagine a future, beyond the next bounty, the next town, a future with roots and purpose, with love. He knew there would be challenges ahead. His nightmares wouldn't vanish overnight. His past would follow him even in this new beginning. But as Florence's hand remained steady in his, Harvey felt something he'd abandoned at Bitter Creek finally return. Hope. 1 year later, December 1886. Snow-blanketed Silver Creek in hushed white, transforming the frontier town into a scene from a Christmas card. Garlands of pine-decorated storefronts and lanterns cast golden pools across fresh-fallen snow as townsfolk hurried through the early evening darkness. In the newly expanded schoolhouse, excitement buzzed like electricity. Children in their Sunday best practiced songs and recitations, while parents arranged benches and hung paper stars from the rafters. The Christmas pageant, Florence's ambitious vision brought to life through weeks of preparation, would begin in less than an hour. Sheriff Harvey Davenport, leaned against the back wall, watching the controlled chaos with amused tolerance. His silver badge caught the lamplight as he absently fingered the small box in his pocket for perhaps the 20th time that evening. "Nervous, Sheriff?" Reverend Kane asked, appearing beside him with 2 steaming cups. He offered one to Harvey. "Cider, Mrs. Peterson's special recipe." "Appreciate it." Harvey accepted the drink. "And I'm not nervous." The Reverend's knowing smile suggested otherwise. "Of course not. I imagine proposing marriage is routine for a man who's faced down outlaws." Harvey nearly choked on his cider. "Who told you?" "No one needed to tell me," Kane chuckled. "You've been carrying that ring box for 3 days, checking your pocket every few minutes like it might sprout legs and run away." Harvey sighed. Small towns and their observant residents would be the death of him. "I was waiting for the right moment." "After tonight's pageant would be ideal," Kane suggested, "when she's flush with success and surrounded by the community you've both helped build." He patted Harvey's shoulder. "She'll say yes, you know." Before Harvey could respond, a crash from the front of the room drew their attention. One of the larger paper stars had fallen, taking a garland down with it. Florence hurried to address the minor disaster, her green dress swirling around her ankles as she directed repairs with characteristic efficiency. She caught Harvey watching and flashed him a smile that still, after a year, sent heat through his chest. He raised his cup in silent salute, marvelling at how completely she'd transformed not just the school, but the entire town, and him most of all. The past year had brought changes neither could have predicted that autumn day on the schoolhouse steps. Harvey's transition from bounty hunter to sheriff had raised eyebrows initially, but his fair-minded approach to law enforcement gradually won respect. He worked with neighbouring towns to establish regular patrols, making the stage routes safer for travellers and commerce alike. Florence's school flourished, expanding to 2 rooms with the addition of Miss Collins, a young teacher from Denver who shared Florence's progressive ideas about education. Together they'd established Silver Creek's first lending library, operating from a corner of the general store until a proper building could be constructed. Their courtship had progressed with a blend of public propriety and private intensity that still made Harvey's collar feel tight when he thought about it. Florence, to his continual amazement, loved him, not despite his scars, both visible and hidden, but as an integral part of who he was. She never flinched from his darkest memories, never pretended his past hadn't shaped him. In return, he supported her ambitions without reservation, even when they challenged convention. When she proposed evening classes for adults who wished to improve their reading, Harvey was the first to volunteer his time. When she advocated for women's suffrage at a town meeting, he stood beside her, silently daring anyone to object. They balanced each other, her optimism tempering his pragmatism, his caution anchoring her idealism. They argued, certainly. Florence remained stubbornly idealistic about human nature, while Harvey's ingrained suspicions sometimes proved difficult to overcome. But they always found their way back to common ground, stronger for the journey. "Sheriff?" Thomas Jenkins, now 11 and sporting his first proper suit, interrupted Harvey's reflections. "Miss Hart says we need more chairs. There's folks coming from Peterson's Ridge and Miller's Crossing." "I'll handle it," Harvey assured him, handing his empty cup to Reverend Kane. "Tell Miss Hart not to worry." As he organised a group of men to bring additional seating from the church, Harvey marvelled at the change in Thomas. The terrified boy from the mine had grown into a confident young man who excelled in mathematics and talked of becoming an engineer. Harvey had begun teaching him to track and shoot, skills still necessary in Montana Territory, but Thomas's true passion was for building and design. He'd sketched plans for the schoolhouse expansion that had impressed even the professional carpenter brought in from Helena. Florence predicted Thomas would design bridges or buildings in Chicago someday, and Harvey didn't doubt it. The boy had a future limited only by opportunity, not circumstance. Exactly what Florence had envisioned for her students. By the time the pageant began, the schoolhouse overflowed with attendees. Harvey stood at the back, preferring to maintain a view of both the performance and the crowd. Old habits died hard, even in times of celebration. Florence took centre stage, her smile radiant as she welcomed families from 3 communities. Tonight, we celebrate not just the Christmas season, but the power of education to unite us across differences and distances. As she spoke, Harvey surveyed the audience. Ranchers sat alongside shopkeepers. A Chinese family who'd opened Silver Creek's laundry occupied front row seats, their daughter playing Mary in the nativity scene. Former adversaries who'd stood on opposite sides during Tate's reign now exchanged friendly nods. The community Florence had envisioned was taking shape, imperfect but striving, diverse but finding common purpose. The performances proceeded with the charming imperfection of children's pageants everywhere. Lines were forgotten, songs occasionally veered off key, and the cardboard Star of Bethlehem briefly caught fire from a nearby candle before Harvey swiftly extinguished it. Throughout it all, Florence beamed with pride at her students, meeting Harvey's gaze occasionally with looks that spoke volumes. This moment, this place, these people was what they'd built together. After the final carol, as families mingled and enjoyed refreshments, Florence made her way to Harvey's side. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, a few strands of honey-brown hair escaping her careful arrangement. "Was it wonderful?" she asked, slipping her hand into his. "Tell me honestly." "It was perfect," he assured her, and meant it. "You've accomplished something remarkable here, Florence." She squeezed his hand. "We have. I couldn't have done any of this without you." "I think you underestimate yourself." He guided her toward the door. "Take a walk with me. I need some air." Outside, the night had turned crisp and clear, stars pricking the velvet darkness above freshly fallen snow. Their breath formed clouds in the still air as they followed the path toward the small gazebo the town had built in the square that summer. "You're awfully quiet," Florence observed as they reached the shelter. "Is something troubling you?" Harvey shook his head, gathering his thoughts. He'd never been particularly eloquent, but she deserved better than stumbling words for what he needed to say. "I've been thinking about promises," he began, turning to face her, "about the ones we make to others and the ones we make to ourselves." Florence's expression softened as she recognized his serious tone. "What promises are on your mind tonight?" 8 years ago, I promised myself I'd never risk loving anyone again." He took both her hands in his. It seemed safer. For me, for them. Loss had nearly destroyed me once. She remained silent, allowing him space to continue. "But then you arrived with your books and your stubborn belief in possibility." A smile tugged at his mouth. "You challenged everything I thought I knew about myself." "I simply saw what was already there," she murmured. Harvey shook his head. "You saw what could be there. And somehow, impossibly, you made me see it too." He released one of her hands to reach into his pocket, withdrawing the small box that had been his constant companion for days. Florence's eyes widened as understanding dawned. "I can't promise that loving me will always be easy," Harvey said, opening the box to reveal a modest diamond set in silver. "I'm still learning how to do this, how to build a life instead of just surviving one. But I can promise that I'll choose you, Florence Hart, every day, through whatever comes." Tears spilled onto her cheeks, catching the starlight. "Harvey Davenport, are you asking me to marry you?" "I believe I am," he confirmed, sudden nervousness making his voice rougher than intended. "Though apparently I'm making a mess of it." "No," she whispered, touching his face with gentle fingers. "You're doing it perfectly." "Is that a yes?" Her laugh was like music in the winter stillness. "Yes, absolutely. Unreservedly yes." Harvey slipped the ring onto her finger, his hand steadier than he'd expected. Then he drew her close, sealing their promise with a kiss that spoke of journeys ended and journeys yet to begin. When they parted, Florence's eyes reflected both joy and mischief. "I suppose this means I'll have to become respectable Mrs. Davenport, the sheriff's wife." "Heaven forbid," Harvey replied with mock horror. "I fell in love with Florence Hart, the woman who stands her ground against any challenge. I expect her to continue causing the occasional uproar." "Only occasional?" She raised an eyebrow. "I have plans for a women's literary society that will positively scandalise Mrs. Peterson." Harvey laughed, the sound startling a nearby crow from its perch. "I wouldn't have it any other way." They walked back toward the schoolhouse, arm in arm beneath the winter stars. Behind them, their footprints marked a shared path across the snow. 2 trails converged into one, stretching toward the future they would build together. In the distance, Silver Creek's lights welcomed them home. Not the home Harvey had lost, but the one he'd found when he least expected it. Not the life he'd planned, but the one that had found him anyway. As they reached the schoolhouse, "Steps," Florence paused, looking up at him with quiet wonder. "Are you happy, Harvey? Truly?" He considered the question with the honesty they'd always shared. The grief of Bitter Creek would never fully leave him. Catherine and Emma would remain in his heart, cherished memories rather than open wounds. But alongside that old sorrow now lived joy, purpose and love, a fullness he'd thought forever beyond his reach. "Yes," he said simply, "I am." And in that moment, beneath a bright winter moon that no longer seemed bitter at all, Harvey Davenport knew it was the truest thing he'd ever said.